What's up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? I'm doing some testing here. Let me see. I'm trying to do. 1 second. I'm trying to see if how I can get this to work. Hold up. I'm experimenting. Hold up. With the chat. Hold up. We'll get into all this in a second. Let me see. Let me go back to it. Let me check my YouTube. I really trying to get this to work. I'm trying to see how I can get this to pop up. Hold up. 1 second. All right. How did he do that? Yo, what's up, Neo? What's up, Landon? What's up, Hyro? What's up, Omega? What's up, Mustafa? 1 second. Here we go. Just checking something real quick. I'm trying to get this thing to work and see if it works, because I think I almost got this app working. So. Okay, let me see. So what do I need to do? 1 second.
And the next thing you want to do is you want to pop out live chat.
Right.
So go to the three dots here.
I pop it out.
Top right hand corner. Click on them. Pop out chat.
Pop out.
Boom.
Boom.
You can see here you've got your pop out chat, and the functionality of the overlay is already working. So you just select on a comment. There we are. Select any of your comments in the chat. Add a new comment.
Yeah, but it's not there anymore.
Wow.
Wait, hold up.
Amazing.
Let's try it again. Let's pop it out.
Highlight that comment. You can see the comments you've already highlighted are slightly grayed out.
Oh, okay.
You haven't aren't. Hello, it's grey. And there we go. So you can see the highlighting chat functionality working there really well. And what we're going to do is we're just going to basically capture this bit here, this bottom bit, and import it into OBS. So basically, let's just put this window to one side for now. Let's keep it open, keep it to a size there so that we've got. It's going to capture all the script, all the text that we want. There we are.
What's up, Mike Perry? What's going on? Hold up, 1 second. I'm trying something cool. Hold up. I want to make sure I get this right.
You'll see why in a minute. You know, once you've sort of stretched it, got it where you want. I was thinking
1 second. I'm about to get.
maybe about 2 lines. There we are. That's probably about a good size. It means you get quite a lot of text on there. It will vary in size relative to the text. So if it's short,
Okay. All right. I'm looking at this tutorial. Hold up, guys. We about to get into it in a second.
see it fits in, so it changes the size accordingly, so it works
Okay.
quite well. But that's a good size.
Right.
Okay.
Tutorial.
So that's basically your chat window with that Chrome extension integrated, working automatically. You don't have to do anything. Once you've installed the Chrome extension, it does it all automatically, which is really, really cool. And now we're just going to import this into OBS.
Okay.
So let's go to OBS now. This is where
All right.
it's
OBS.
complicated because we're going to stick a as I click on the OBS screen.
Right. I clicked on the OBS. Almost done this tutorial, guys. Cause I'm trying to set this up. I'm trying to do something really cool. Hold up.
So here we are in OBS, okay? And what I like to do is I like to create a scene, okay? You know, you do this, you can just add it straight as a source into an already made scene. But what I like to do is create a scene, and then I can drop that scene into any of my other scenes as required, as a separate source. But anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a scene here. what we're
Right.
going to do is we're going to add a window capture here.
Window capture. 1 second, guys. Almost done.
I've already got one called live chat. You can call it whatever you want, just put it in there, but I'm going to select an existing one I've got here.
All
I'm
right.
going to select it there. Now, because I'm
Okay.
on a 4K screen, it's really massive. So
There
I'm
we
gonna
go.
make that a bit smaller. There we are. Right, don't make it full screen, I'll tell you, because we're going to be cropping this later.
All right, let's
So
crop
you
it.
can make the sort of comments as big as you want. Now what we're going to do now is we need to crop it down a bit. So here we need to press the Alt, select these little kind of little squares here, press Alt, select it, and then we crop it down there, and then the same with the top.
Almost
Yeah,
got
press
it.
Alt, select the little red square, pull it down. What
Okay.
you want to do is pull it down as close as you can get, really, without, cutting into your name or anything. So you can have a little thin line of black showing there. But there we go. So that is the box cropped. There is your chat, and then if I click on any of the other chat in the actual chat box over on YouTube, in the pop-out chat box, you can see how it just pops up those comments there. Lovely. So now what we want to do is remove the black. Okay, so the around the edges, so that it's transparent. And the way that you do that is you basically add a filter. So I've added a filter here already. So if you didn't have a filter, let's take that.
What? Now, hold up. Come on, man. I am irritated. There we go. Why is it not? Oh, okay. There we go. I got it. I wonder what the hell is going on. All right, I got it. All right, 1 second. All right. Sorry about this, guys. I want to finally get this. I'm trying to finally get this feature going. So now I need to do what?
Okay. So add a filter. Is one. Remove the black. Okay, so the around the edges, so that it's transparent. And the way that you do that is you basically add a filter. So I've added a filter here already.
All right, so how do you do that?
If you didn't have a filter, let's take that away. Okay.
Filter.
So add a filter. Because what I have now at the moment is a black box. And we want to get rid of this black. So just add the filter. We're going to do a color key. It's okay. Okay, we're going to go
Color key.
custom color. Select color. Now I happen to know that it's a pure sort of black, so it's 0, 0, 0. It's basically all the zeros. Is that enough zeros? Can't remember. Anyway, they're all the zeros, and that's all fine. Now, so what that means is that now this should be transparent. Zeros? Can't remember. Anyway, they're all the zeros, and that's all fine. Now, so what that means is that now this should be transparent. Okay?
All right, hit OK.
So now,
Let's
if
see.
you go to, say, your main scene, now we've got it all cropped and lovely. What we need to do now is select the scene that we want to drop it into. So we're going to drop it into this scene here. Okay, I like to do it this way because if you set something up as a scene,
Okay,
it's very
I think we
easy
got
to
it, guys.
export it into multiple other scenes. So what we're going to do is here is add scene, and I've already got it here. So I'm going to add the live chat screen, add it there, and boom, there it is. So if you click on that, and I can move it about, I can resize it, and then if I'm back into my, I've just changed the chat. So
All
now
right,
I'm in.
I think I got it, guys. What's up? What's up? I'm testing out the
Pop out of my live YouTube chat, and I can just select the different heights, select the different comments, clear the screen, and all of that. So there we go. Let's just get a nice little, okay,
Let's see. Okay, we got it.
And there we go.
Now the only issue.
The chat, basically highlighting the chat there in the screen as you're live streaming, talking to viewers, or if you're playing a game, again, just go to the pop-out box, click on a particular chat or line from the chat feed, and
This
there
is
you
gonna
go.
be pretty hard.
Just
Oh,
click
okay.
the
I
click
know what to
button
do.
in the pop-out chat, and there you go. So, I hope you found that useful. I hope you found it interesting. If you did, do me a massive favour. Please, please, please hit the likes, because I like it, YouTube likes it,
Okay.
and it helps people like you find content like this. And hey, if you're new here, do me
Alright,
that massive favour. Hit subscribe, please, and toggle that notification bell
cool.
so you know when
I'm able to get the chats up.
As ever, thank you for
What's up, Hyrule? What's going on? I wanted to get this. What's up, Mike Perry? What's up, Omega? This is what I was doing behind. I was trying to see if I can. What's up, Neo? Oh, this is dope. About time I get these. I get these chats up here. That's dope. There we go. Clear. All right. So if I want to pull up some chats, I'll do that when I want to pull them up. All right. So that's awesome, guys. All right. Now I gotta bring that over. All right. Now what I gotta do is I gotta put that on my other. Let me close this out. What the hell? 1 second. All right, we're gonna get into this in a second, guys. Yeah. Awesome. Yes. About damn time, yo. All right, 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to now I gotta put this on my other. Now I gotta put this on my other ones. On my other overlay, on my other screens. Alright, that was not display. Game capture. What is it? Window capture. There we go. One second. Hold up, guys. I gotta do the same thing for this window as well. Alright, now I gotta bring that down here. Alright, it's on this window. Alright, cool. I'm doing a lot of testing here. All good, my man. Okay. Got that done for that screen. And we gotta do the same thing for this screen. And it's a lot of work. I want to make sure I get it all right. All right, so we're going to do the same thing here. Live chat, put that there, and I gotta cut this down. All right, got that over there. And then I gotta put it on this screen. Window capture, bam, bada bang. Live chat. Okay. Damn, I gotta do that for my other setup, damn it. We'll get to that in a second, but hold up. All right, cool. All right, I'll get to the other stuff in a second, but that's it for now. Let's see. Jesus, you got more? Like how can a brother? One second, I gotta do it even bigger. Everybody's texting, doing longer. So I gotta adjust that. There's a lot of adjusting I want to have to do. All right, cool. All right. Yeah. Yes, depending on how much you guys type out. Oh my god. Yeah, but yeah, that'll do for now. I just wanted to test that out. And then every once in a while, especially when a question like really pops up, if y'all guys ask a question that really gets to me, then I'll pull it up. It'll be easier that way doing that. Oh man. Man, I've been busy all day today. I ain't even eat dinner yet. Got me a grilled chicken quesadilla for dinner. How's everybody? How's everybody doing? Oh my god, I'm hungry. Got me an iced tea. Arizona iced tea. What's up, Blaze? We got Hyrule, we got Calvin, we got Mike, we got Hyrule, we got Mustafa, we got Omega, we got Neo, we got Landon. So yeah, we gonna get into some topics in a second. I gotta at least bite down on this quesadilla real quick. Ah. Damn it. So how's everybody weekend? How's everybody weekend so far? I know some of you guys are out of work. Just got off work, and I know some of you guys are in college, so you're probably done for the day. Oh, Tommy Taco, what's up, bro? What's going on? Yeah. So, yes. As you can see in the stream, I asked you guys, what games are you playing? But before we can get into that, I gotta do my usual plug. For those of you guys who just dropping in, this is Striking KOTs, my brother, Keo Lancer and DX Strike. This is their t-shirt company where we do custom t-shirt designs. And we're stationed in Philadelphia. We have our own studio, our own steam press machines. We do everything. We do not only custom shirts, we do custom hoodies. As you can see right here, the picture of me. I got a Mega Man Legends, Mega Man Volnant, one of my favorite Mega Mans. I got a hoodie that's made by my brothers Keo Lancer and DX Strike. They're graphic designers. We're graphic designers, which means you will not be able to find these designs anywhere else but our website. Or if you happen to run across us at a con, anime convention, comic book convention, or whatever cons that we have, or artist galleries, you'll be able to get our designs from our booths and everything. So we'll get in later details about some of the cons. We'll definitely you'll be able to catch us at. And as you go down the site, as I said, there's some videos showing the process of how we get these shirts done and stuff. It's a lot of work. It's not easy at all. It's a whole lot of work that's involved. Here are some of the custom designs. We got original designs as well not only anime characters and stuff like that and video game characters, but you also got custom design, like original designs. It's made by DX, my little brother DX Strike himself. We do hats, we do mugs, we do tumblers, bathing suits, halter tops. We do a whole variety. Nylon tote bags. We do it all. So if you're a content creator, or you want to get a gift for somebody, or you got an indie game company, comic book company, it doesn't matter. We can also do your merchandise as well, and we have done a few for a couple of content creators, as a matter of fact. Also, if you live near Philadelphia, or you just live close by, in the Philadelphia local area, you can actually drive up to our studio and pick up your items. So if you like to do something like that, or we even drive it to you. So depending on how close you are, we'll drive it to you. But if you're locally or close to Philadelphia, and you don't want to wait for it to be delivered, you can come straight to the studio, and you have a chance to actually meet me and my brothers as well. So that's also pretty cool. So make sure you check that out. I'll post the links right now in the description to Striking Kots, so you can go check out my brothers' work. And we also do discounts on certain days or months, or depending on the seasons or holidays. So yeah, Striking Kots. So back to what we were doing or talking about. Yo, what's up, S3 Studios? What's going on? So, as I was saying before, so what games are you guys playing? And let's see what we got here. Let's play around with the new feature here. Let's give it a try. 1 second. Did I just? No, I didn't close it. Good. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't close it. Let's see. Lord Blaze says I'm playing Rise of Ronin just for fun. And Omega, and anyway, before we even get to that, I haven't played Rise of Ronin. I'm not really like into the most of the open, like semi-open world type of games. It kind of reminds me of a more, I want to say more grounded, or more like how can I say it? More violent, because it's not. It'd be pretty much the same, but it reminds me of Ghost of Tsushima, but from another developer. Let's see what we have here. We also have Landon. Landon said playing Mirror Replicant, aiming to platinum that game. I haven't played that one yet. I'm not sure if I will. I'm not sure yet. But my brother Keel Lancer, he has the game. He loves it. He was the one that got in. He's the one that got the original Nier game with the old man Nier back on the PS3, and I thought it was trash back then. But after playing Nier Automata, I may give it a try, because it is a remaster or update of the game and stuff, so we'll see. And then Omega said, I've been playing Dead or Alive 5 and Street Fighter 6. Yes. I have Dead or Alive 5. Dead or Alive 5 was the best of all the DOA games that came before it and came after it. Now, the reason why I played I wouldn't say I like, but I played Dead or Alive 6 because I love Dead or Alive. And when it comes to fighting games, I love to move forward. I don't like to keep going back. If you get what I'm saying at times. It depends. But Dead or Alive 5 was the best one. It had everything that you wanted. It had a shit ton of characters, guest characters. It also had some cool level designs and everything. And it also had a story mode for those who like to follow the story and everything. So I think it was pretty cool. It had some great mechanics and everything. And even the competitive scene was pretty dope to watch. And then, Dead or Alive 6 game. And man, such a downgrade. We lose the tag team feature. We also get milk with a shit ton of DLC and everything, which was a bummer. And then they made, I believe, Mai and a couple other characters DLC once again, after you already had them as characters in Dead or Alive 5 final round. So that kind of also sucked as well. But hopefully, man, I'm a big fan of Dead or Alive. So hopefully we get another Dead or Alive game pretty soon, like a reboot or something like that. Bring it back. This is a perfect time for video game for fighting games. Excuse me, for fighting games to come back and make its return, because there's a lot of fighting games, especially after seeing the Capcom Fighting Collection 1, and then now Fighting Collection 2, and then Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. So we starting to see a lot of these collections come. A lot of older titles starting to make their returns, and just the whole landscape for fighting games has changed in general. Well, now we got Discord. You got Discord communities. So just because a game may have died, in a sense, it can still live on through Discord communities, where you can just go to these Discords and meet players and actually able to still get some games in. So I think Dead or Alive 7 or a potential Dead or Alive reboot, I think it's the perfect time for them to return. This is the best time to be a fighting game fan at this point, because a lot of the older OG games are returning, and starting to get it on modern consoles and everything. And we have a lot of newer fighting games that's coming out, and especially with the 2KXO, which is the League of Legends fighting game, which I'm looking forward to. I try to get into the closed beta. You know me and betas, we never have any luck. So, but yeah, man. Let's see. I'm hoping for the return of Dead or Alive. Let's see. Mustafa said, been playing Persona 5 Royale. My brother Keel Lancer, he's a big Persona fan. He loves Persona. So I was never into the Shin Megami Tensei series, and then also the Persona series. Just I wouldn't say I'm not saying they're bad, because I know they're good games. My brother loves them games, and watching them play it, I know they're good games. The thing for me is that, especially with the Shin Megami Tensei, I could never get into any of the Shin Megamis. Like when it comes to monster type games, or monster captures, or games that center around monsters and stuff, they gotta have some type of appeal to me. And like the art style and the Shin Megamis was never cool looking to me. I could never get into them. But the thing with the Persona series is that I don't really like Sims. You know what I'm saying? Because it, even though it's JRPG, it has that school simulator to it, where you gotta bond with characters and all that type of stuff. Go to school. I don't care about any of those features in my JRPGs. And when you give me some features, I wouldn't say that I totally hate those features, as long as they're not the major aspect and they're just optional, or they don't get in the way of what I really want to get into, which is the story, which is the gameplay itself, like the fighting mechanics, the combat mechanics, and stuff like that. So that's another thing that I really couldn't get into the Persona series, because of that aspect of it. I'm just not a fan of those type of features in games. So let's see what we have here. And then Mike Perry says, been doing fighting games, trying some new combos with Captain Commando, Juggernaut, and Blackheart, trying to do some edits with RB2 Krauser. Now that's the thing. With Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I'm spent out. Each month I have a budget, and I made it to my I got all the way down to the bottom of where my budget is at for the month, because I had bills to pay. School just started for my daughter for this semester, her 10th grade semester, so I had to pay her tuition this month, had bills to pay, and then I bought Visions of Mana, and I bought Warhammer 40K Space Marines 2. So I'm spent out as far as the budget is concerned. That's why I'm going to wait until next month to get the digital of Marvel vs. Capcom, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, and Astro Bot as well. So the only thing I'm afraid to, because I'm gonna get the physical version of Marvel vs. Capcom. I gotta have the physical version regardless, or no matter what. So I'm getting that in November. I'm gonna pre-order that. But when it comes to Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection for the PC, I'm still waiting. I'm still debating whether I should get it on PC right away or just wait for the physical. Still not sure yet. The thing I'm afraid of is, once the physical version come out, the question is, are people still playing it? That's the only question that I have. And we already know a few people that's saying that they can't even get into any games with the other versus games in the collection, because everybody's playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So now you have empty lobbies for X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, X-Men Children of Atoms, Marvel Superheroes, and stuff like that, which is a bummer, because I like to play those other versus games. I love Children of the Atoms. I love Marvel superheroes. I would love to play those games. So it seems to me that the only way I'm able to play those other versus games is maybe when I be able to play with you guys. But everybody's getting the collection just from Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And the other games, no one really cares much for. So that's the only bummer about this collection. 1 second. Some more of this quesadilla. So yeah. And then from Hyrule Legend, Luigi Mansion for the GameCube. Me and the wife is working on the trilogy. Oh, okay. So you playing on the GameCube, or you just playing the GameCube game of Luigi Mansion on an emulator or something like that? Because I have the first Luigi Mansion game. I thought it was pretty cool for what it was. I thought it was pretty cool. It was something I wasn't expecting to be a launch title for the GameCube. It's not one of my go-to series for a Nintendo console and everything. So that's why I never really bought 2, and I didn't even buy 3. I liked the first game. The first game was fun for what it was, but I didn't have no drive or urge to go get the other games in the series. And then Lord Blade says Ghost of Tsushima. I'm playing that game again on November. Okay. I like I said, I don't really play those type of games. My brothers got Ghost of Tsushima. They loved it. My dad got Ghost of Tsushima. He loved it. But those are not really my kind of games. I know they're good games for a fact. I've watched my brothers and them play it, but I don't really play those like that. So like you doing another playthrough of that. And then S3 Studio says Disgaea 7 and Pokemon Legends Arceus. Also a game called Demon Sword Incubus. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's interesting. I'm like, the thing is, I really want to get into Disgaea, but that game looks so ridiculous. Not in a bad way. It looks so intimidating. The way you're able to stack damage on that game and get these shit ton of damages and stuff like that. My friend Sir Science back in college, if you know who Sir Science is, then you know. He was a big fan of the Disgaea series, and I'm looking to get into it. I'm really in. Cause I like tactical RPGs, but I haven't really like made a commitment to Disgaea series, so I never really played it. Pokemon Legends of Arceus, like I said before, Pokemon I'm done with until we actually, get a real Pokemon 3D Pokemon HD Pokemon experience. Besides the shit that they have been releasing as of recent from Nintendo and the Pokemon and what's the name of the company that made it? Game Freak. Let me see what we got. Let's see. Let me see. Landon said, "Are you looking forward to what games are announced at Tokyo Game Show 2024 next week?" Oh, no, not really. Don't. Tokyo Game Show is not something I really look into because it's Tokyo Game Show. Most of the games are meant for the Japanese audience. That's like their E3. Yeah, we may get some of the titles, but those Tokyo Game Show never really pulled me in. So I don't know. If something comes up, it comes up. Excuse me. I got it. I'm so hungry. I ain't eat all day. Let's see. Tastes so good. Let's see. From Solo Board Game Night said, "I'll play you." Oh, talking about Marvel vs. Capcom collection. All right, that's cool. That's cool. And then from Master Godai, I think it's up to gamers to run those other game versus games so they can get more traction. I queue up for all the versus games whenever I'm online, and I get into some matches with others. Yeah. And the only reason why I say what I said about this, because this machine was a perfect example. You're able to play this. You're able to play that online too. But the problem is, no one plays the other versus games. Everybody's on. Everybody plays Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and that's the problem. Solo Knight also says, "I've been playing and loving Star Ocean Second Story R. It looks and play great. Now I have the original Star Ocean Second Story. Love the hell out of it. That's what got me into the Star Ocean series. Now I do have Star Ocean Second Story R. I do have that. I definitely do." Have it. I haven't opened it yet. I bought it when it launched. I just haven't opened it yet. So, yeah, that great experience, man. You're gonna love the hell out of that game. True testament of 90s JRPGs or late 90s JRPGs. Love the hell out of it. And then, let's see. Laura Blaze says, "I heard that open world isn't your style, and I understand open world is overrated. I admit it." Now, the thing is about open world games, I'm not saying they're all bad. And here's the problem about open world games. Now it has become the norm. See, back then when open world games were like freshly new, and it was like a new experience. And what I liked about it was back then, since open world games were like kind of like new, especially on consoles, developers didn't have a formula just yet. No one cracked the code of what makes a good open world game. So you had a lot of hit or misses, but every developer were willing to take risk with open world games, trying so many different things with the open world experience. So that means you got a lot of different, perspectives from different developers, artistic choices and decisions, and as a gamer, you're going to benefit from it, But once you get that one game that's open world, that cracks the code and that does so well financially. So then after a while, developers like, you know what? Why the hell would I experiment and risk the chance of losing money when I can just do what this developer just did, copy and paste, but add our little touches to it or whatever. And then now you got now you have a factory line of open world games, And that's the problem. A lot of them feel the same. So, let's see. Mustafa asks, you going to cover the new Dragon Age game? I might. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. For me, when it comes to stuff like this, especially when it comes to the culture war aspect of everything, when it comes to that, I normally wait on certain topics because every time I turn around, these topics update every time. It's always new information coming out. So what I try to do is I try to wait for more information to come out, and then what I try to do is try to collect a bunch of the information and just do one whole video about it. So I don't have to keep coming back revisiting the same video over and over again every time new information popped up. Now the only drawback is, like I said, a lot of my content is pre-recorded. I always pre-record my videos because I have so many other things to do. I'm a comic book creator, owner of a comic book company, so I'm always working on Venus Orion Comics stuff. I'm also a 3D hentai animator, so I have a 3D hentai fan base and an audience that I have to constantly cater to as well and do new animations and stuff. And I'm a full-time father, so I have a lot of stuff to do. So I can't take a stab at every topic that pops up when it happens. So what I try to do is I try to pre-record a lot of my stuff and just schedule them for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And whatever doesn't make it within that week, I just push it to the next week. Unless it's something that really, really needs to get, be uploaded. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, so Dragon Age, I most likely probably will cover it. Let's see. And then Junk says, yo, what's up, Mugen? Yo, what's up, man? I'm chilling, bro. And then Calvin says, what Marvel collection game are you playing? I don't have the collection yet. I'm waiting for the physical version, and I may get the digital next month. What's up, Osmond? What's going on? He said, I'm burnt out on open world games. I completely agree. Anyway, damn. So Concord update video next week? I'm not sure. Like, Concord, like if y'all guys want to hear about it, I'll do another video on it. But I think that the horse has been beaten. Well, unless we do get new information, I think that the owner or the CEO of the company by Concord stepped down or something like that. I'll look into it. Like I may or may not pick it back up. I'm not sure yet. I think Concord has been destroyed. It has been beaten to death at this point, and I don't think it's really no reason to go back and bring it back up unless something really new comes out about it, new information that we don't know about or whatever like that. So we'll so I may or may not. And then Solo Board Gaming says Dragon Age really went off the deep end when it comes to forcing agendas in video games. Yeah, man. I haven't really been keeping up with it, but I've been seeing posts that will pop up in my feed on X, here and there. And it looks like now that your created character, you can put the trans surgery scars on your character. You can put vitiligo on your character. You can do all that type of stuff. And I'm telling you right now, this game is going to be the Game Awards is going to rig for this game to win some damn awards. I'm telling you that right now. This game is definitely going to be in the Game Awards. It's definitely going to win some awards. It's definitely going to do that. And Jeff Keighley, the biggest shill of the gaming industry, he's going to shill for that game. And it's so sad about the Game Awards because when the Game Awards first started off, I was really excited for the Game Awards, and then after a while, I started noticing something is up with these with some of these nominations and everything. I think the one that really got me the most was Red Dead Redemption 2. If I can remember, Red Dead Redemption came out 2, maybe 3 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks before the Game Awards, I think, and it was in the Game Awards. It was in the Game Awards. The game just came out. It just came out. And it was in the Game Awards, and it won a shit ton of awards. And it just came out. It just came out. So I started I don't know, man. This is really, I'm not really liking this. And then I started seeing it with the Game Awards, it's more of a corporate circle jerk. That's all I see it as. And Jeff Keighley is just getting his pockets greased with money from developers and everything, just to have it rigged for them to be on these platforms. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't really speak to the gamer. The gamers really have no real voice in this. It's only the corporate heads, the game journalists, and all the other groups that's really invested in it. So it's not really for the gamers at all. And to me, it seemed like a lot of Japanese companies get slighted in it as well at times. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I know for a fact that Dragon Age is going to get some type of award or something like that, or win a bunch of awards just because of a lot of the agendas that's in the game. So, let's see. What was your first reaction to Sonic Adventure back in the old 90s? I did a video on that. I talked about that in the last stream. I don't feel like keep going back reminiscing over it, but I was really hyped for it. I got the Dreamcast when it launched and everything, and it just blew my mind. But yeah, I uploaded the my response to that a while ago, and you can go check that out. Let's see. What is your favorite? This is from Omega. What is your favorite hack and slash game? That's a good question. Hack and slash is growing up. Hack and slash is pretty cool. I guess you could put hack. I'm gonna have to come back to that. I gotta think over that. Brother, you should host your own Game Awards though. I know you got enough going on when you. We know it ain't rigged. That'd be cool. I still have to do it. I'm not sure if I want, cause I missed last year's. I was going to do last year's Game of the Year video and never did that because last year I wasn't really playing much games, and then this year there's a bunch of new games that's out. I just haven't got around to playing any. I'm trying to hopefully I can try to get enough games done, so I hopefully I can do a Game of the Year video before the year ends. What's up, Grant? What's going on? And Landon says Doc Hat needs to come back. But yeah, man. It's just crazy. It's just crazy how this generation has gone so far, man. We talked about it in my video today. We talked about the PS5 Pro and how it has the gaming community in a tizzy right now. Like, everybody is going back and forth. PC gamers, the PC Master Race is coming out. The Xbox fanboys, the Sony fanboys, everybody's talking about the PS5 Pro, and it's not most of it's not even positive. You know, like the PS5 Pro is just an expensive mid-generation console. To me, it offers really nothing for me. It's because, like I said before in my video, I have a PS5, I have a Series X, I have a Nintendo Switch, I have all the current gen consoles or whatever like that. But my PS5 hardly gets any play. It hardly does. So me spending $700 and then I start to pay an additional $80 to get a disc drive, it's just a waste of money because it's just going to sit there. I'm not going to play any more than when I'm already playing with the current PS5. It's not going to change my mind on anything. So to me, it's super expensive, but for what they're asking for, you know, and what they're giving in return. But like right now, what's so crazy is that we're sitting in we're in mid-generation right now. Can you believe it? We're in the mid-generation of these consoles already. Already. And what's so crazy about it is the PS4 is still relevant. The Xbox One is still relevant. Because these developers still have to rely on the install base from the previous generation in order for them to even turn a profit on a lot of these new games. And these last-gen consoles are holding back these consoles. I understand that, you know, like the PS5 and the Series X aren't that strong, compared, to what the PC can do, but still, they're still relying on last generation's consoles, which is sad. And it goes to show where we at in the current state of gaming. It really shows where we at in the current state of gaming. And as far as these inflated budgets, how everything they using motion capture, they're hiring A-list celebrities, they're doing all this other type of stuff to inflate these budgets to create these games, just for them to turn around and these games aren't making a lot of money for them, or they're barely making money off these games. You know, we just got finished looking into I'm gonna pull it up. Give me a second, guys. Which is next week's video. And it goes to show how sad in the current state of things are. Because Square Enix admits that Final Fantasy 16 and 7 Rebirth profits did not meet our expectations. And what does this mean? Now, a lot of people says, because of wokeness, the DEI, and all this other type of stuff. And people got to remember. See, I always try to tell you guys here on this platform that wokeness is not the end all be all to why a lot of these companies in the game industry and why they're failing. It's not the main thing. It's part of the problem, but there's a much bigger problem that you guys. One second. Oh shit. Don't need that no more. I was wondering what was going on. Alright, my fault, guys. Alright, because I still had the other window up for some reason. Alright. So yeah. So you have to remember that with Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake Trilogy, you have to understand with Square Enix that these guys was fucking up way before wokeness even came in. The company is this company isn't the same. It hasn't been the same for a very, very, very long time. And Square Enix has been going downhill and downtrending since I can remember. So it's just that the DEI and the wokeness that's now been added in their HR department and getting the ESG, finances and everything like that, it's just adding more wood to the fire. But Square Enix have never been the juggernaut brand as it used to be compared to the early 90s and the early 2000s. And you have to remember that. And the thing is, with what's going on with Square Enix right now is the fact is that they don't know what they're trying to do. They don't know what direction they want to go with the company because right now, a lot of the original talent for Square Enix, been left. It been left. they've been left. They moved on to other studios or created their own studios. So right now, Square Enix is going through identity crisis, and they're looking within the industry itself to see what's trending, and whatever is trending, they just take their IPs and take that popular trend and add it to their current and their existing IPs, hoping that it will stick. And that's the problem. And I said in a few videos where we had an executive within Square Enix themselves saying that Square Enix used to set trends and create trends, and now they're following trends, and that's the problem. And they gotta get it right. They gotta get back to formula. And what Yoshida said, Yoshi P, what he said that really got to me is said that it's time. He believes that it's time for a younger generation of developers within Square Enix to take over the reins and work on some of these existing IPs. And I agree with that, because the old heads are fucking up. They're really fucking up. And the reason why I said this younger team or this younger generation, you gotta understand, when they see younger generation, they talking about people like me. I'm considered the younger generation, because a lot of the younger generation grew up playing a lot of these old IPs from Square Enix. They grew up playing these IPs. So they know exactly what they like about Final Fantasy. They know exactly what they like about Dragon Quest. They know exactly what they like about a lot of these IPs that Square Enix have created throughout the generations. So since they're big fans, they know exactly how they would, if they was given the reins to work on some of these IPs. They know what they would want to play if they were the consumer playing these games, or if they were the fans playing these games. So yes, I think a younger generation needs to come in and take over. That is the only way. A lot of these older developers right now, they're getting closer and closer to retirement age, because we already got Tetsuya Nomura. He just said that Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to be the start to the end of the Kingdom Hearts series, is because he's looking at the future, and he's saying that he's near retirement. So he said either Kingdom Hearts is going to end before he retires, or he's going to retire before Kingdom Hearts end. So he would like to end Kingdom Hearts before he retires. So I have a feeling that Kingdom Hearts may be his last game. Like, because, this Kingdom Hearts game is going to take a minute. It's going to take a couple more years before we see, Kingdom Hearts, like, 4, 5, and maybe 6. Maybe get a trilogy out of this. Maybe get a new trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. So I can see by that time Tetsuya Nomura like retiring, and a lot of my favorite developers that I've growing up with are retiring, man. They truly are retired, and it goes to show how old I'm getting, and that's really I'm really sad about that. My favorite developers are not getting any younger. Let's see what we got here. Awesome. I wanted sense. He's here. This is a shame. Gen X. I sound old. As you mentioned it. Yeah, man. So that's the thing, man. So when it comes to Square Enix, their only hope at this point is Final Fantasy 17. Final Fantasy 17 is ride or die for the series. They better go back to formula. And if they want to go the action RPG route, since they want to do action so bad, just take Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy combat system. It's some of the best action RPG combat I've seen in a very long time. I'm talking about for current generation that I really enjoy. It was a hybrid between ATB and action role-playing. I really enjoy it. So I think they should stick with that. And then all they gotta do is just tweak it and just change it for each new Final Fantasy mainline entry. Like they've done in the past. They always had ATB, but each Final Fantasy game had a different take on the ATB. Now, all you gotta do is take this hybrid action RPG ATB combat system that Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy has, and then apply it to the future Final Fantasy games, but just add their own twist and unique twist to it for each entry. And I think they will have something. Bring back the overworld again. Bring back the class system to Final Fantasy 17. Also, we gotta have full party control. Add the Gambit system that Final Fantasy 12 had done phenomenally phenomenal. I love the AI gambit system. It's if you know what you're doing, you can break the game with it. But I think a lot of these action RPGs where you're when you're not controlling your party members, I think that having the gambit system where you can actually program the AI for your party members to respond a certain way for whatever situations and strategies that you have, I think adding that to future Final Fantasy games on top of the hybrid combat system that they have, I think Final Fantasy can win fans back over. I truly believe they can. And said, "What's up? What's up, Tavon? What's going on? What's going on?" I know the feeling, brother. I turned 36 back in July. It's sad seeing our favorite guys. Yeah. So yeah, man. Just like what Hyrule Legends said. I'm gonna bring it up. Yeah, I agree with that. He said, "I know the feeling, brother. I turned 36 in July. It's sad to see our favorite guys leaving. Go back to formula and get it right." I agree with that. I turned 37 this in March. So yeah, man. Like our favorite developers aren't getting any younger, and I'm not getting any younger too as I'm getting older and older. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. It's just crazy. It's just crazy how the current state that we're in when it comes to the gaming industry right now. And then of course, Landon had said, "You believe Nintendo would lose against Pocket Pair in the patent trial?" That's a good question. I did it. That's next week's video. Next week's video, I talk about it. I weigh in and give my opinion on it. But to talk about it with you guys, since we're here in the stream and whatever like that, this is an interesting situation here. This is a very, very interesting situation when it comes to the whole thing. You know, Nintendo's notorious for sending out their Nintendo ninjas out there to go after people when it comes to protecting their IPs and everything. So this is nothing new. And somebody said something that was really that was a good analogy or a good comparison. That Nintendo is the Disney of the gaming industry when it comes to their IPs and everything. And that was an interesting take, and I definitely agree with that. The thing is, I believe in protecting IPs because I'm a comic book creator. I have my own comic book company. I have my own creative properties and characters. And I'm even more understanding of why developers or why companies go after people when it comes to their creations. Because me with Venus Orion Comics, I'm the same way with my characters and stuff. Like, I'm very protective. Those characters are my baby. My Venus Orion Comics universe, that's my baby. And I don't want it to be disrespected. I don't want people profiting off of something that I've spent years creating and everything. And, you know, and now they're just taking it and just stealing it and doing what they want with it. But there's always a but to this. In Nintendo's case, Nintendo won't even allow fan games. As long as fan games aren't trying to make a profit, I'm cool with fan games. If somebody wanted to make a fan game in the future of my IPs, as long as it's free, I don't mind. That's just more advertisement for my company and for my brand. I do not care about that. You understand? But Nintendo realized that they couldn't get Pocket Pair for the pals themselves, the monsters themselves. Cause a lot of people saying, "Oh man, it's a ripoff of Pokemon. Look at the pals and the Pokemons. There's so much similarity. They didn't even try." And Nintendo couldn't get them because if that was the case, Nintendo would have been sent them to court for the pals themselves. But they really didn't have a case to stand on. But what we see here when it comes to the situation, they're not suing for copyright. They're suing for patent. So Pocket Pair came out and responded and wanting to know, okay, what patent have we infringed on? Now, when I say patent, Nintendo's trying to get them for gameplay mechanics. And Pocket Pair is wondering, okay, what patent mechanics that we infringed on? What are they trying to get us on? Because Nintendo realized that they couldn't get them for the pals, so they're going to try to get them another way by going after gameplay mechanics. Now, this is what's really, really scary, is because you have, of course, the Nintendo fans or the Nintendo bootlickers in this situation is rallying behind Nintendo, saying Nintendo should go after Pocket Pair. Now, Pocket Pair is an independent company, and like I said, this independent company had done something that a lot of other independent companies wish they could have done, but it didn't pull it off. They took the little assets that they had, the little manpower that they had, and they end up earning millions upon millions of dollars. Now, here's the thing. There's a lot of other independent or other studios in general, game developers, who had created games in the monster capture genre. How come Nintendo didn't go after them? Why? It's because those companies didn't make the money that Pocket Pair did with Power World. It didn't break the internet like what Power World had done. Power World had broke the internet, it had a large player base, and it made a shit ton of money. And you also gotta remember, at the time, the recent Pokemon games were out for the Nintendo Switch, and they was receiving a lot of criticism. So that pretty much threatened Nintendo. And this is why Nintendo decided to set their eyes on Pocket Pair. So, the scary part about this is if they win, that means Nintendo has complete monopoly and control over monster capture mechanics, or whatever they may be trying to get Pocket Pair for. That's something you should not be celebrating if Nintendo wins. You should not celebrate Nintendo's win for this, because now other independent developers, now they have to be careful. Anybody trying to make a monster capture game within the monster capture genre, they have to now tread lightly and be careful about how they go about it. And they also have to be careful. They also have to be afraid of success, because if they become successful, chances are Nintendo may come after them as well. So that's very, very scary. Very scary. And it's crazy how there's some people out there that's championing Nintendo for this. But we want to wait and see how all this play out. But if anything, in my personal opinion, I still don't think they have any grounds to be able to sue them. But I don't think that's the plan. I don't think the plan is to win. I think the plan is to take them to court and make them burn through their money. Because Nintendo has billions of dollars. They can afford to go to court and pay legal fees. But Pocket Pair has a limited amount as far as, money is concerned. So I can see Nintendo just trying to bleed them out with a shit ton of legal fees, and to the point they don't have no money to be able to continue Power World. That's what I think that's what the plan is. So I don't think their plan is to win anything. I think their plan is just to make them run out of money, and then that's the end of the company. That's what I think. That's crazy. Let's see. I'm not far behind you, bro. Down Nintendo just mad. Gameplay, Power World is different from Pokemon. Catch mechanic. Cause that's what I'm saying. Also, too, not just the capture, but if anything, then every game that Power World has imitated, they all should be suing them if that's the case. Fortnite, the Fortnite with Epic Games should be suing them. It should be all kinds of developers coming and suing them. That's why they don't really, to me, in my personal opinion, I don't think they have any grounds to sue them. But I don't think that's the point. I think the point is to make them run out of money through legal fees. That's what I believe. Yeah. So that's what I think. That's what I really think that's what's going on. What's up, Unlimited Blade? What's going on? That's what I truly believe. I truly believe that's what's going on with that. What's up, Octo Commander? What's going on? So we got some people from X as well, but I don't have the thing. I don't have a chat for that, for X or Twitch. It's only for YouTube. So I set to read it off of the monitor, my laptop, and everything. So that's the situation as far as that's concerned with the whole Nintendo and Pocket pair with Power World and stuff. So we just want to wait and see how all that plays out. Just want to wait and see. It's good. 1 second, guys. Mostly it's Pokemon fans who are losing their minds. Yeah, that's all I see is Pokemon fans, like bootlicking their asses off. Let me see. Mostly it's the Pokemon fans, and to be honest, Heart Gold and Silver was the best besides those who attacking Power World. I'm doing great. Oh, okay. So Out the Commander say he's doing great. Awesome. What's funny is Shimigami Tensei. Let's see. Junk says, what's funny is Shimigami Tensei did monster capture before Nintendo. And the thing is, I don't even know all of the monster capture games that are out there that even came before Pokemon. That's not really my genre, you know? But we want to have to wait and see, man. We gonna have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see on that. But yeah, so I heard that there's a new Sword Art Online game that's coming out that actually looks pretty interesting. It actually looks pretty interesting. I don't know. I may have to cop that game. We gonna look at it in a second. And open beta is supposed to be coming soon, as well. Let me see. We can go to my favorite YouTuber who covers this type of stuff. Javion. I think it's, what is it? Yeah, Javion. It looks interesting. It looks like something that I may definitely play. So we're gonna look at it in a second, guys. It really caught my interest. It's 20 players, guys. It's 20 players.
It's crazy to think about it. Like, it used to cost millions to advertise on TV, and now because of
20 players. That's
Hello
crazy.
Everyone. My name is Javian, and today I'll be sharing my first impressions of Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream.
Yeah, I'm looking to get this.
Releasing worldwide on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo
Definitely.
Switch,
I got Fatal Bullet for Steam. And I bought that years ago and never even installed it.
Depending on your region.
But I definitely want to try this. And it's cross-play. It comes to all platforms. I'm gonna get it on Xbox. I try to support the Xbox platform when it comes to JRPGs or just Japanese developed games as much as possible for the platform. I truly believe because the Xbox Series X and I like the Xbox game console. I really do. You know, and I think the console could, would do very, very well if it did have more Japanese games for it. But this is the game that I really want to try out.
This game is also being developed by Dimps, and they started their work on it.
At the moment, I have
2019,
my old fighting game collection,
roughly a
Castlevania,
year after the release of Fatal Bullet. It's a game
Zero.
I tried back in the closed beta.
Okay, Unlimited Blade. But yeah, I definitely want to try this out. I really do. It'd probably be something we can all play. It's 20 players, guys.
Talking to some of you guys in the community, I decided that maybe this game is the one that would make me willing to give this series
and the thing is, I don't really play like only seen the first. Was it? I seen like the first 2 seasons of Sword Art. I haven't watched any other Sword Art or whatever like that, so I don't really know a lot about like the other things out past the first 2 seasons. But it still looks like a good action RPG or fun. It looks like it's going to be a fun game, at, say the least.
Idea of what this game is like and if it's worth playing. Fractured Daydream is being considered.
Yeah, so I definitely want to give it a try. There's like 3 modes. there's
So
like
no
a
knowledge of the
there's
previous
like
game
you have
is
your
required.
co-op
It has a
quest,
single-player story
you have
mode
your boss
and
raid, and then you have your
server-based
free
online modes for
your
up to
free
20
quest mode,
players, which
which
supports
Javian is
cross-platform
definitely going to
play.
explain.
It
You can
combines
check out
the
Javian's
various
channel
games
if you're
and worlds
into
within the Sword Art Online
if you're
universe,
into
featuring characters from Sword Art Online,
JRPGs
Alfheim
or
Online, Dragon
anime
Online,
inspired
Ordinal
RPG the
Scale,
RPGs and stuff
Underworld,
like that.
and the
You can definitely go to Javian's channel because he has great content. And in fact, let me put the I'm gonna put it in the chat actually. Give me a second. I'll put it. I'll put the link to his channel in the chat so you guys can go check it out. Check out his channel as well, just in case. Yeah. So there you go. So let's get back to the stream, to the video. Yeah, so this looks like something I like to give a try, especially if you ever play with my brother. He said you want a God Eater 4. I got God Eater. I just haven't really played it. I don't know. You're wasting your time. Microsoft isn't changing their stance on gaming currently.
While keeping the various gameplay
Yeah. I mean, like Microsoft just canceled their ambassador program.
It seems like fractured
If I'm correct, I think they canceled their ambassador program. Let me check that for a second, because that was just news. That was just news recently, today actually. Let me see. 1 second. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go check that out. I'm gonna go to my bookmarks. I'm gonna check that in a second. It's really sad, man. The state of Xbox, man. I feel sorry for the Xbox, like the loyalists that's been so damn loyal to the platform, and Microsoft is just shitting all over them, like these crazy ass like decisions that they've been making and everything. It's just so fucking sad. Yes. So apparently this is from Tom Warren. It says Microsoft is ending its Xbox Ambassador Reward program after 13 years. The program will end October 15th. So it says, over the last 13 years, Xbox ambassadors have played a key role in fostering connections and positivity among Xbox players, whether hosting a gaming session for players to connect or providing feedback on our games and hardware. You have helped shape Xbox in many ways, while we have learned so much for this passionate group. Today, we are announcing the final season of the Xbox Ambassadors Program as we continue to integrate its values across our platforms and focus on creating more ways for you to directly influence and impact Xbox for all. Why the change? Xbox has evolved over the last decade, and with that, the needs of our global community, players are finding more value in engaging with us in other ways that allow them to live our community values of making Xbox a place where everyone can have fun, including programs like FanFest, the Xbox Insider Program, and rewards with Xbox. Thanks to the work of this group, the chance for players to experience the joy of gaming is more global and inclusive than ever. Jesus. And we believe that now is the right moment to bring the learnings and values of the ambassador community into all of our player engagement programs. So basically, what they're doing is taking all the things, the members and all the things from the ambassador, and they just spreading it, they splitting it up and putting it amongst their other programs that they have. So I guess it's not really that bad of a thing. They just taking everything and they just putting it in other places. That's from what I so that's just from what I'm seeing here when it comes to that. So we want to just have to wait and see how all that plays out. But it's just sad how it's just Microsoft themselves with the Xbox brand, man. I remember back in the day, man, just the Xbox itself, man. I remember when it was first announced. And I still got the article in my the Metro paper, which is a Philadelphia local newspaper, the Metro. I remember back in 7th grade, me, my friend Michael, my friend John, and a couple other of the other guys. I remember we were sitting in class, and I used to bring my Game Informer magazines and stuff like that. And they used to bring their magazines and everything. We used to come together and just talk about games during class and during lunch and stuff like that. And I remember John DeMarco, that's his name. Yep, John DeMarco. I remember where he was a fanboy. He was an Xbox fanboy before the console came out, before the original console came out. All he did was talk about Xbox. And this is when the Xbox was first announced. And I remember the Metro paper, they showed the console for the first time. And I was like, what? I was like, what? Microsoft is joining the space? Now, the thing is, I had no doubts about the Microsoft Xboxes because it's Microsoft, you know? I was like, Microsoft is about to join the race alongside Sega, Nintendo, and Sony. Now they have a fourth player in the space. This has been a very long time, and this is an American company. I was like, okay, I like to see where this go. And I remember my friend John DeMarco, every day, I used to come to class. And remind you, this is 7th grade. Every day, all he did was talk about Xbox. He talking about what the specs could potentially be and everything. And then this dude was such a fanatic. I remember he came to class and this dude would sit down and draw his own console called the J Box, because his name is John DeMarco, and he drew the console in the shape of the letter J, the first letter of his name. I used to crack up, but this dude, because he was a PC gamer. So this dude just couldn't wait for Microsoft to put out the Xbox. And I remember as, Game Informer magazine started releasing more and more information on the Xbox, because I remember once I got to 9th grade, because I was in 7th grade when it was announced. We wasn't going to see the console until 2 years later. So I was in 9th grade by the time the Xbox and the GameCube came out. Okay, this is during the time now, Nintendo's starting to show off their next console, which was the GameCube. Of course, we have the PS2 on its way. The Dreamcast was already out, already had a head start and everything. How old am I? I'm 37. Let me see. Hold up. Let me bring this back up. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I'm 37. So yeah, I was in 7th grade when the first Xbox was announced, but it didn't release until 2 years later when I made it to 9th grade. It came out along with the GameCube. And I remember as I'm reading like Game Informer, Game Pro, and all these different type of gaming magazines, man, and they were showing off, the power. They showing off the graphics. And I remember they showed like a tech demo of this little chick with this big ass mech, and they was showing off the textures and the graphics of how powerful the Xbox is going to be compared to the PS2 and the GameCube or whatever. And I remember that. And I remember they showed that tech demo of the chick with the mech. And I remember seeing that, and I was like, oh my god, this looks crazy realistic. Crazy realistic. I thought when they first started showing off the graphics to the Xbox, I didn't think graphics could get any better. I thought this was it. I thought we reached the pinnacle of what gaming was going to be as far as visuals are concerned. And then we started getting reveals of Halo. Because you got to remember, Halo was supposed to be a PC game only until the Xbox came out. And people got to understand, people don't give Xbox a lot of credit. Even though we had some Western developers make games for like Japanese consoles like Nintendo and Sega and stuff like that, we didn't get many of them. Once the Xbox came, Xbox bridged that gap. Because when it came to developers, Western developers more so developed for the PC. That was the technology and the hardware that they were used to and much more comfortable with developing with. A lot of Japanese developers were making games for consoles. That's what they were doing. So there was kind of like a separation. Most Western developers was creating for the PC. Some would dabble in console, but mostly PC. And a lot of Eastern developers more so worked in the console space. So what the Xbox did was, the Xbox was more so designed in a way that it was tailored closer to the PC. Which means a lot of Western developers was able to now be able to not only develop games for the PC, but now you're able to develop games for a console. So what the Xbox did was it bridged that gap. It opened the doorway it opened the doorway for Western developers to start making games for consoles. And a lot of people don't want to give Microsoft credit for that. And not only that, Microsoft also was a console that had a hard drive already built into it. And young me at the time, when I was in 9th grade, when the first Xbox came out, young me at the time was like spaced out. I was like, what? Wait a minute. So you mean I don't need a memory card to save my games? I can just save my games on the console itself? That blew my mind. That blew my mind. Yes, the Xbox had a memory card, but I don't even remember. My dad bought me a memory card, and he bought himself a memory card, but we hardly ever use it. I don't know. We never use it at all. And this is the first time I'm seeing something like this, a hard drive. And this is also another situation to where modders for hacking consoles, because now since they have a hard drive, people who were into hacking and modding at the time, because you remember modding was more like a niche community. Now modding and everything is much bigger now, but back then it was a very, very niche. Now I'm hearing about the modding community and how the potential that the original Xbox have since it has a hard drive. They talking about different programs like Linux and that you can install on it, and then you'll be able to install like emulators and be able to play hundreds and hundreds of games on the Xbox. So this is like a modder's dream at the time as well. You know what I'm saying? And he said, been listening to Busta Rhymes Break Your Neck. So that got me super excited and super hyped. So like, yo, like gaming, where are we going? Like, I've never heard of this before. I'm able to save and install the game on my hard drive on a console. And then they was touting that Xboxes will be the place to play online games. And you also got to remember, voice chat. Microsoft pushed the envelope for voice chat. That was something that was very rare and very awkward back then. You got to understand, I was around for the first Xbox Live launch. My father and I had got Xbox when it first launched on the original Xbox game console. You gotta understand, I was there. I was there when it first launched. And you gotta understand of how awkward everybody was. This is like a new experience. Because now you're no longer typing on the keyboard to chat with people online that you're competing against or teaming up in co-op playing with. Now you're able to hear their voice, and they're maybe on the other end of the world. You know, they could be in another country, or in a whole other continent, or in another state, or whatever. And now you're in the lobby, and the lobby is quiet, and people are wondering, okay, who should talk first? Because now you're actually talking to a stranger. It's no longer text or words. Now this is somebody's voice. You get to hear how they sound. You get to able to communicate with them, and maybe even build friendships with these complete strangers from the other end of the world. So I was there. I was there when Xbox Live started. Xbox had really defined a lot of things in gaming, and it contributed to the gaming industry. And it's sad to see where the current state of Xbox is at, and it's sad to see how people shit on the Xbox as if it never contributed anything at all, or it's the shit stain of, you know, of the gaming industry. Like, it's the laughing stock of the gaming industry. But the Xbox contributed a lot of things, and then of course, just like the Dreamcast, just like the Nintendo 64, it had 4 controller ports. So out the box, you're able to play 4 players. And they had some pretty cool games. Fusion Frenzy was a launch. That was their Mario Party game. They had Halo, which is their first person. And then we eventually get Dead or Alive. We had Blanks the Cat. We had all these unique titles for the Xbox. And then Sega had struck the deal with them to bring and port over a lot of their Sega titles. Now that the Dreamcast was gone, Sega was out of the console space. So Sega wanted to relive the Dreamcast and pretty much essentially be Dreamcast 2 with the Xbox. And there was talks that Dreamcast was trying to convince Microsoft to make Dreamcast games backwards compatible with the Xbox, since you're able to put your Dreamcast games in it. Now, I think they were late in development, and that's why they probably didn't do it. But that would have been crazy. But we got a lot of Dreamcast games and their sequels on the Xbox. Sega lived on at the beginning era of the Xbox. I bought most of the Sega games on my Xbox, which I'm trying to do with my Xbox Series X now. Trying to get a lot of the Sega games for my Xbox Series X and treat my Xbox Series X like a Dreamcast 2 or something. That's what I'm trying to do. A man can dream, right? But the Xbox was a really, really cool console, man. And another thing I liked about the Xbox had a lot of co-op play games. It really did. There was a lot of co-op games. They really pushed emphasis on their multiplayer. Co-op couch play. Microsoft had a whole lot of co-op games, which I enjoyed. I really, really enjoyed their co-op games that they had. I remember Brute Force? I love that game on the first Xbox. Brute Force. That was a fun-ass game on Xbox. And the Xbox had a lot of unique games. They didn't really have that many Japanese games, but a lot of Western developers made some cool games on the first Xbox. There were some really good Western developed games on the Xbox that made the Xbox a unique console all in its own right. And then it had its sprinkle of Japanese games on the console. It really did. And Microsoft tried really hard to get Japanese developers. They tried to get Capcom. They pulled the end. Sega. They got Koei Tecmo. That's why I remember at one point Dead or Alive was only exclusive for the Xbox at one point. I think it was Dead or Alive 3 and 4 was exclusive to the Xbox brand, and then they remastered Part 1 and Part 2 with the remastered collection, which was a double pack, which I got for the original Xbox. That was also Xbox Live. And they brought all that over to the Xbox. And because the Xbox was so powerful, the Xbox, that's why Koei Tecmo loved the Xbox, because they were able to push high fidelity graphics with the Dead or Alive series. The Dead or Alive really showed off the power of the Xbox for fighting games. And so you knew what you were getting when you got the Xbox, and you knew a Dead or Alive title was coming out. And that was like really, really cool, man. I really enjoyed the Xbox, man. And it's just so sad to see where they have started and what they have now become. Let me see. Landon says, ever played Blinks? Yeah, my brother did Strike Out Blinks, and I played some of Blinks. That's a Sega series that most have forgotten. I don't think Blinks is Sega. Is Blinks Sega? I thought it was Microsoft. Is it? I think ain't that Microsoft owned IP? I'm not sure. Can't remember. Yup, Jet Set Future was really, really awesome. Love that game. I got that game too. I know I haven't. What type of music they make? Yeah, man. And that was the console of that time, man. And seeing them now is just so sad. It was so sad that to see where they at now, and the thing that really cemented them in the gaming industry was the Xbox 360. The Xbox 360 was my favorite console of that generation, man. I hardly touched my PS2 after the 360 came out. Hardly touched it. In fact, I played my 360 more than I played my PS3. And I even played it more than my Wii. It was my Xbox 360, my Wii, and then it was the PS3. I love the Xbox 360. That was the go-to platform for online play. They had the best online experience and ecosystem with the Xbox Live. They perfected what they learned with the Xbox, with the original Xbox, and then they pretty much went balls to the wall with Xbox 360 and their live service, man. It was the place to be. Almost all my friends had an Xbox 360. Almost everybody I knew. Now, you know me, I own multiple consoles. So I had a PS3, I had an Xbox 360, and I had a Nintendo Wii. But most of my friends they don't have multiple consoles. So when they came to a console of choice, everybody that I knew had an Xbox 360. That's why if you look at my older videos on YouTube, when I did my live gatherings, they were never PS3 live gatherings. Most of it, all of my gatherings was mostly Xbox 360 because most of my audience had an Xbox 360. Most of them had an Xbox 360 over a PS3, and that's how it was, man. That's how it was. That was the gaming experience of that generation for me, man. I have a shit ton of Xbox 360 games. I had like 4 huge boxes, which I packed all my games away and stored them away in my basement. But I have 4 huge boxes for the Xbox 360, just full of fucking games. That's how much we gamed on the Xbox 360. That's how much I was gaming back during that time compared to now. I'm not gaming as much. But man, what really fucked up Microsoft, and they haven't recovered ever since then, was the Xbox One, man. They haven't recovered since the Xbox One. The Xbox One really sealed the deal. It was like the nail in the coffin for them with the Xbox One. And that was the whole DRM thing. And always online. Your Xbox always had to be online. And this is during a time where Sony and Microsoft was chasing at the trends that Nintendo had set. You know, motion controls, which I hated that era. Motion control era, I hated that. I hate motion controls. Hated it so much after a while. Too gimmicky for me at the time. And on top of that, the Avatar system, which was the Mii's. And I remember Sony fanboys and Microsoft fanboys was clowning Nintendo, you know, for doing Mii's, just to turn around for Microsoft and Sony to do Mii's and motion controls, you know. So that changed everything when it came to that era, because everybody, even back then, even the developers thought that motion controls was still going to continue to be the future moving forward, and they were wrong about that. You know, having the Xbox Connect already, you know, built into the Xbox One. You know, and how the processing power had to be divided between the console and the Connect, which made development a pain in the ass for the Xbox One. Always had to be connected online. The DRM. And now that you can't lend your games out to your friends and sell your games and all this other type of nonsense. And then Don Matrick comes in and gives his smart ass remark to game journalists at the time, when there was, you know, when gaming journalists were actually doing their job, where Don Matrick was pretty much saying that, you know, I guess, you know, I feel sorry for you guys if you guys don't have internet, but you know, for those who don't have internet, there's always Xbox 360. When he made that smart ass remark, that really had damaged the Xbox brand, you know, and then you know, he had no job after that, but he ended up getting that golden parachute and becoming the CEO of some other company at that time. And that was dark times for Xbox, and that was the only generation where I didn't get all of the current consoles at that time. I didn't get an Xbox at that time. I only got a PS4 and I only got a Wii U. I didn't get an Xbox One because there was no incentive for me to get an Xbox One when the PS4 had everything I needed. It had all the JRPGs. Even when it came to the multiplats were even better on the PS4. Because you gotta remember, with the Xbox 360, multiplats was the go. 360, the multiplats was the go-to. Like who would get a multiplat for the PS3? Get it for the Xbox 360. On top of their exclusives that they had. You know what I'm saying? But everything had reversed. PS4 came out they came out kicking this time. And when it came to multiplats, at least the Microsoft Xbox One should have been good at that. But no, the PS4 was dominating in multiplats. So I had no incentive. I had no incentive to get an Xbox One when the PS4 was offering so much better in terms of content, in terms of games, in terms of exclusives, and everything. So I didn't even bother to pick up the console. What's up, Vernon? What's going on, bro? Yeah, so I and that was dark times for a lot of Xbox fans when it came to the Xbox One. And they were short on exclusives and everything. And I remember once Phil Spencer came in, you know, he had to do some salvaging for the Xbox One. But I remember telling Xbox One fans and just Xbox fans in general on my YouTube channel that I told them to, and I'm saying this in good faith because I really believe in the Xbox and what they were doing for the future at the time. I said to Xbox fans, just give up on the Xbox One. There's nothing, like, if you're expecting a bunch of exclusives coming and new IPs coming to Xbox One, you might as well just wrap it up. Nothing is happening with the Xbox One because Microsoft is already setting their eyes, and this is before they announced the Series X. This is way before all that. I said now that Phil Spencer's in here, I'm guarantee you what's going on now is they're setting their eyes on the Xbox, whatever the next Xbox console is, you know, at that time, you know, before we knew that the Series X and Series S was a thing. I was saying that their eyes are already set on the next Xbox. So if you're hoping for Microsoft to deliver with the Xbox One, forget about it. It's a lost cause. They're not going to invest or pump money into the Xbox One. They already see it as a dead console. They're going to move to the next Xbox. And I kept telling Xbox fans, I said this to them. Okay, let me see 1 second. Okay, Vernon. He said, still working on my books, trying to be like you. Awesome, bro. We're going to be talking about Venus Orion Comics in a bit. So, yeah. So, as I said before, like, this, when it came to the Xbox One, I said it's a lost cause. But we're going to move, I kept telling fans, the next Xbox is going to do it. And I had faith. I believed in that. I said, I kept telling Xbox fans. And I feel so bad because I really piped up my audience when it came to that. 1 second. He said Enchanted Arms. That, oh my God, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do Enchanted Arms. I got that game. I stopped playing. The thing is, I don't mind English dubs for JRPGs. But that was some of the worst, cringiest English dub in any JRPG I've ever played besides Arc Fantasia. Arc Fantasia is second. No, I would say Arc Fantasia for the Wii is first when it comes to bad English dub, and then it's Enchanted Arms. But anyway, when it came to the Xbox, when I came to my audience, I kept telling everybody that the next Xbox was going to be the console. It was going to be the console that's going to rival Sony and Nintendo. That they were going to climb back to the top again. That they're going to have a shit ton of new IPs, exclusives. You know, the Xbox Live is going to be even better than ever, and everything. And I said this, and I said, they may even get a lot of JRPGs and a lot of Japanese developed games on the next Xbox. And boy, was I the fuck wrong. And the thing is, I don't mind being wrong. You know, being wrong is a learning experience, and I can admit when I'm wrong. I was totally wrong about that. And you can find videos of me saying that the next Xbox, which is the Series X, bro, the English dub to, like Landon said, how was it bad, bro? The English dub to Enchanted Arms was ass. He said, let me get in the game, Mugen. You still playing? Still playing what? What are you talking about? I'm not playing anything, Kirby. So you want the 360 version if you want the comic book it comes with. Not bad at Arc Rise. Not even close. Yeah, but yeah, man, I was wrong. No, I'm not playing Space Marines 2 right now. It still says it on my Twitch that I'm still playing it. I swore I changed that. It shouldn't say that. Hold up. 1 second, guys. It shouldn't be saying that. Let me see. Let me make sure. No. Alright, it's not saying. No, it didn't say that. I was wondering, like, huh? 1 second, guys. Mm. Oh, what's up, Overkey? He said, hi, Lord. How you been doing, my G? You and this dude. What's going on? Why is it says it on my YouTube? I could have swore it should have changed it. Why? What the fuck? 1 second, guys. Why is it said on my YouTube? It shouldn't have said on my YouTube when I changed it. One second. I changed the title. Why didn't it change it? Oh my god. Hold up, guys. What the fuck? I literally changed it. Why did? Let me hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta change that because I do not. No, I'm not playing no Warhammer. Damn, man. The fuck. Damn, man. There we go. I fixed it. Alright, we back. We're back. Alright, let me bring this back up. I know I'm late to the party, but what do you think of Space Marines 2? Been thinking of getting it. I like it so far. You can check out my stream. Kirby Curry, I got an idea for your logo, your hair, but like the Nike swoosh, but just with your hair and face. Oh my god. But yeah, man. It sucks. Oh, what's up? I ain't see. Yeah, I just changed it. I just changed the title, Abstract. I just did. For some reason, when you go to Restream, when you change the title, it's supposed to change all of it. And for some reason, it didn't do that. Which version are you getting? What do you mean? What do you mean, Unlimited Blade? I will still do that. I don't own this Gen Xbox. Alright. But, yeah, so if you refresh the page, if you refresh the stream, if you refresh the page, the title should change now. Or whatever, so that should fix that. But, yeah, so yeah, you're brilliant. All right, thanks for stopping through. For Hyro, thanks for stopping through, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about Venus Orion Comics in a bit. I just wanted to get this. I just wanted to finish talking about this in a bit. So yeah, and then I can admit that I was wrong, man. So okay, with this new title, you're talking about Venus. Let's do it. Okay. Eternal Sonata. Yeah, my brother, DX Strike got Eternal Sonata. But yeah, so I can admit I was wrong, man. I was wrong. I was confident. They but missed that time. Yeah, I was completely wrong, man. I was confident that the Xbox brand was going to be like on some other level. It was going to be unstoppable going into this generation, and I was completely wrong, man. Like, you know, Xbox fans were waiting for exclusives. One second. Is it you coming out to Japan with your Venus Orion comics? We'll talk about. We'll get into all that in a second. We'll get into that all in a second. We'll talk about all that in a minute. But yeah, and I was like, I was completely wrong about the whole situation with the Xbox. You know, Xbox fans is waiting for exclusives. Took them a while for them to put out some exclusives. And then when the exclusives finally came out, they weren't really doing that great. You know what I'm saying? And then they started acquiring studios, and people thought this was going to change the game, but that didn't change shit either. You know, they had Tango Games, they had a Japanese developed company, and then they ended up dissolving it, and now another company bought Tango Games, and now they have Hi-Fi Rush, and then fans finally get their exclusives, and then out of nowhere, Microsoft talking about, you know what, we're not doing that no more. Now we're going to just put a lot of our exclusives on PlayStation and everything. So every time fans of Xbox thinking they have something that they can call their own or something they can at least celebrate about, Microsoft and the Xbox was saying like, fuck y'all, we're going to do this instead. So I feel bad for those who just has an Xbox, you know what I'm saying, and was expecting more from it. Now don't get me wrong, the Game Pass, people was loving the Game Pass, is a good deal for a lot of people and stuff like that. But people were expecting more exclusives, was expecting more, you know, some new original IPs. You know, they was expecting so much more from the Xbox, and they didn't deliver on that front at all. And now they don't understand what they're doing. The fans don't understand what's going on here. Cause Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, they're saying one thing, saying, "Oh no, we still gonna be thinking about the console, the future of the console, and there's still gonna be a console and this, that, and the third." But they're doing everything that suggests otherwise. That they may only just be a third-party publisher in the end, and just be strictly digital, a digital service with Xbox Game Pass, that you can have Game Pass on your smart TV, your smartphones, in other consoles and stuff like that. That's what it seems like they're going. But they're telling the audience, they're telling the community something totally different than what their actions are saying. So there's a lot of mixed messaging, a lot of mixed signals going on. But me, in my personal opinion, I think it's time for Phil Spencer to go. I truly believe that. I like he had his chance, and I truly believe it's time for him to step down. It's time for somebody else to take the reins. I think it's time for a restructuring period, for Xbox, and so they can figure this shit out. And it doesn't help with the whole culture war aspect with DEI and ESG and all these other type of you know, bullshit that's going on within the company itself. You know what I'm saying? Oh wow, thanks. Oh, I truly appreciate the super chat, Overkey, definitely. Just cause you the man, that is all, and dig your content. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you. But yes, it just sucks that this is what we're experiencing right now when it comes to Microsoft and the Xbox, and I really feel bad for them and everything. So it's just sad, really sad. So it says Lord Blade says it's time for a reset. I believe so. I believe it is time. I agree with that. And then Master Godai says everyone in Xbox right now need to go. I agree with that too. So 1 second, guys. 1 sec. Woo. Oh, I was eating a quesadilla, a grilled chicken quesadilla. No, I had my water pills kicked in. I got like, I'll take like 4 different kinds of pills. I have hereditary blood pressure or whatever, so I take blood pressure pills, which my blood pressure is elevated. Like, it's really, really elevated, so that's a good thing. I gotta take water pills. That's for me to pee out all the sodium that's in my system, so I gotta take that every day. I'm taking cholesterol pills that they gave me. I only gotta take those until I finish the bottle, and then I don't have to take them no more. And I got fish pills to take as well. I gotta take fish pills and stuff. But yeah, man. Yeah, like that's crazy. That's just crazy, man. This is just crazy. Whoo! That sounds good. Grubhub that shit now. Yeah, I went to well, my grilled chicken quesadilla, I got it up the street from where I live. I got it from Southside Pizza. So I just walked up the street. My daughter wanted some from Chick-fil-A, so I Grubhubbed that Chick-fil-A, and then I walked over up the street to get me a chicken quesadilla for me before I started the stream. So yeah. So all right, so we about to dive into some Venus Orion Comics, guys. That's what we're about to do. This is gonna be pretty fun. As I said before, when it comes to Venus Orion Comics, man, like, I really appreciate you guys showing some support. So there's some, before we even get into some of the details, because there's some things I want to catch up on with you guys as far as Venus Orion Comics, because I have some content that I have uploaded. I want to keep you up to date with what's going on as far as the pre-order launch that's coming in January of 2025 and everything like that. And I got some other stuff I want to show off to you guys. I think you guys will like as well. So we're going to get into it right now. It's something I want to show you. I'm going to answer that question in a second, because we'll get to that. So just stay tuned. I got some stuff that I want to show to you guys. So hold up for a second. And not done yet is something else that I want to show off to you guys. Oh, wow. Appreciate it. Thanks, Nemo. Thank you for always having great content. PC Gamer here. But any high hopes on a new Switch? Oh yeah, new Switch. We're going to hear about that soon. But we can talk about Venus Orion Comics right now, so we're going to dive into that. It's something else I wanted to show to you guys. So, hold on 1 second. The wrong one. All right, let's get this. All right. Yes. Thanks. Appreciate it. As you can see, I have a separate layout, or I guess you would say a separate overlay. Every time we get into Venus Orion Comics, when we talk about Venus Orion Comics, you know, we'll have a different overlay that's related to Venus Orion Comics. So as you can see, I guess you would say on my left or your right, you have Hezekiah Draven, and then of course on, I guess on my right and on your left, we have Mighty Girl, aka her real name is Julie Patterson. So before we even get into any of the details, I also have to bring up the chat feature because I don't have it on this template. So give me a second. I'm gonna bring up this. I'm gonna bring this up. I gotta add the chat thing so I can be able to pull up chats up on here. So give me a second. I'm about to do that in a second. Let's bring up the live chat window here. Live chat. Okay. Jeez. Oh wow, appreciate. Wait 1 second. I'll get to all that in a second, guys. Give me a second. All right, hold up, guys. I gotta. There we go. I gotta get all. Bring all this in. Appreciate it. 1 second. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the comments in a second because this is the first time I ever had done this. Okay, 1 sec. There we go. Alright, cool. Alright, so we have. Oh my god, it said that shit was fire. You better make an anime. The music fire. Can't wait for your shit. Oh yes. The goal is to oops, I gotta get rid of this. There we go. I just wanted to make sure everything is clear with the chat thing, so I want to fix that. All right, so let me clear that. Yes. 1 second. What we see? Landon asked me. All right, let me see. Love those designs by Master Godai. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And we also have from Lord Blaze. The characters look great. And let me see who asked. Oh, yeah. Landon says, you are now entering the zone of Venus Orion Comics. Go beyond the limit. Well, appreciate that. So, yes. I really appreciate it. So, yes, we will definitely get into this. Also, Landon said, did I just saw one of the characters of Jake Pierce? So you was able to know, you noticed it. You noticed it, Landon? Did you notice? You noticed her? I was hoping that you was able to realize that was her, and we're going to talk about her in a second. But yes, we're going to go through the characters that have shown off before we even get to any of the characters. First, of course, those of you guys who are new to the stream and just finding out about what's up, Talcum, finding out about Venus Orion Comics, and you're new to the stream, you just started finding out about Venus Orion Comics. As always, let me go here. Oh, I gotta put the chat here too as well. Venus Orion Comics, we have a newsletter. I always suggest that you guys sign up to it, or sign up for it, because it always keeps you up to date of everything that's going on with Venus Orion Comics. You'll be the first to know before all my other social media platforms. Get the knowledge and get the information. And besides, it's free. It costs you nothing. You can just go straight to the links and just type your name in and subscribe. And what it does is it allows me to be able to collect everybody's emails. So I'm able to email everybody at one time, especially once the launch of the first campaign, the pre-order campaign of VK. You guys will be the first to get it. Y'all will be the first to know about it. It goes sent straight out to all of my subscribers. So that's the advantage to it. And also too, you get some free goodies like wallpapers that you can put onto your desktop and your mobile devices and everything. So those of you guys who subscribe now, the next time I make the next newsletter, you'll better get the link to the wallpapers that I have so far. So now, I forgot, for this layout, I also got to put the chat up on here as well. So give me a second. This is why I should have did this off screen so it wouldn't, slow down the pace to everything. So yes, got the live, put live chat with this as well. So give me a second here. Let's see. All right, let me put this here, so then I can be able to then bring it down. Give me a second. So I kind of put the comments up on here. There we go. Bring it down. There we go. Alright. Cool, we good. And then let's make it big here. Alright, cool. Alright, perfect. So now we got all, now we all set now. I'm able to bring chats up on this layout as well. So alright, cool. So now, yes, you go here to the newsletter. This is how you'll be able to gain access to also my social media links, which you can follow me on YouTube, X, also Striking Kots, as well. If you go to Striking Kots, pretty soon, within the next couple of weeks, I will have my own Venus Orion Comics storefront where I'm able to sell my merchandise, because you can expect in the next couple of weeks a Venus Orion Comics merchandise video where you'll be able to see the merchandise that's going to be available for you to be able to purchase if you want to purchase some from Striking Kots, from Venus Orion Comics storefront. So yes, the link to Striking Kots is also here on the newsletter. There's a link. I now have a link tree. So the link tree has everything. If you look on my when you see follow us, when you see on the OBS overlay where it says follow us, there is the link to the link tree right there that has all the social media links. But I will also post them in the chat as well, which I'm about to do right now. So we'll do this again. Striking Kots link. Put this in the chat, and Venus Orion Comics. Put that in the chat. This is the X page, and of course, we're gonna put put the Instagram up in the links. Put that there, and one more, and this is to the newsletter. It's the link to the MailChimp page. So yes. So that's with that. One second. What we got here? And Vernon says, I like the video. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. Glad you like it. And Ruin the Internet. Salute. Thanks. Appreciate it. Welcome, 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 welcome. So yes, remember, I sent you the links. Go in the chat. You'll be able to find the links to my Instagram, my X, Striking Kots, and also the YouTube channel. So you can go definitely check out the YouTube channel as well. We're right here on the YouTube channel. I just uploaded some new. I actually started uploading some videos on the YouTube channel now. Now, as I said before, the YouTube channel won't be having too many videos yet because we're still not at launch. Like I said, the launch, just to remind you guys, I'll be launching Venus Orion Comics and the pre-order campaign for VK January of 2025. So that's why the channel won't be as active until we get closer to launch. So this is to get you guys ready, get you guys prepared. And I decided to start uploading some videos to get you guys ready for it. So make sure you check out these videos where I talk about, you know, preparing for launch of Venus Orion Comics, and also, you know, my approach to crowdfunding, as far as the pre-order campaigns, how I approach pre-ordering, and of course creating a shared comic book universe, which we'll be talking about here on this stream tonight, talking about, you know, giving you some, you know, some insight in the process of creating a shared universe, or just creating a comic book universe in general. So let's dive right into it. We're gonna get begin to get into some of the nook and crannies that I know you guys are looking forward to as of right now. So let me bring up this folder. I noticed that you guys have seen some pretty cool things that I've shown off in that slideshow, showing off some of the characters and everything. And we're gonna go through the newest characters, because we already, the ones that you've seen already, you've seen at the last stream. So we're gonna go over some of the newest, some of the new characters, or characters that I've shown off in the newest slideshow. So of course we're gonna bring up the folder, the first character that we have shown off, the most recent in the slideshow. Alright, 1 second. I didn't know that. Gotta do this. So do I have to switch up? Or wait, I know what to do. This is even better. 1 second, guys. Full screen webcam, the monitor. Oh, interesting. So do I have to Google Chrome? Oh. So 1 second, I gotta bring up another screen here, because I thought I had the webcam. Oh, that's what this was. Fuck. One second. One sec. No, that wasn't it. Alright, I'm trying to. I gotta keep setting up all this stuff. Hold up. Oh, fuck. Wrong one. There we go. But why is it only showing this? Hold up. There we go. So there, I was wondering what the hell's going on. Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. Bam, we're gonna bring. There we go. Sorry about that. So let me bring. 1 second, guys. So let me bring that up. So why won't it bring up? Match title, match other. Otherwise, same type. But I want to bring up games, YouTube, stream material. It's not bringing up any of those other windows. 1 second. I'm just trying to figure out why it's not bringing up the other window. Did I keep switching windows? Let me see. 1 second, guys. Because I didn't know this was going to happen. Hold up. Stream materials. There we go. Oh, I guess that doesn't work. So I found another. Someone to bring it up another way. Hold up, guys. I did not know that was going to happen. So yeah, I now fight with this. Hold up. Webcam borders, logos, stream chat. Bam, bam, bam. All right, bring this up. Properties. Bam. Alright, so I gotta bring this window back. Hold up, guys. I didn't think it was gonna do this. What you see here is on. I'm trying to fix things up at the learning all these new things today, and it is stuff. I'm learning stuff as I'm doing this stuff. So alright. So I gotta find another way to bring it up, because it's not doing that. So I guess I gotta bring up images this way, huh? For some strange reason. So alright. Let me load it up this way. For some strange reason. That's not. Alright. 1 second. Bring it up this way. Alright, let's add images. Don't know why that's happening that way, but what can you do about it, right? Pictures. Display capture, video player screen. There we go. That's what it was. I found it. I was wondering what the hell was going on. I had the wrong window. There we go. So there we go. All right, I got it, guys. I was wondering what the hell was going on. I had the wrong window up. All right, cool. Put that in here. Put that in here. Perfect. All right. Properties. All right. Can we rename? I'm going to rename it. All right. Cool. All right. We got it now. That sucked. Alright. Perfect. Now it should come up. There we go. Had the wrong one up. Oops. Wrong button. Alright, so as you saw in the trailer, so today you are having PC a lot of PC. No, because I tried yeah, what happened was I was experimenting today, trying to get this chat thing to show up, and it was just not showing up or whatever like that. So that's what happened with that. So yes, so we're gonna start off with the first character that's showing up in the newest lineup, which is of course Adaptima. Adaptima is part of Ultra Squad X. A lot of you guys already know who Ultra Squad X, which is my second comic book series that will be releasing after VK Chapter 2, so get ready for that. But she's one of the members of Ultra Squad X. You can hear in her name. Her name is Adaptima. So adapt. She's considered an aberrant. An aberrant in my universe are special beings who has special particular powers. They went through their genetics is much different than humans, and the humans of my planet of Earth, they're afraid of them. They don't trust them. They because they're different. A lot of them go through a physical change. Some of them don't even go through a physical change. Some of them just look the same but have special powers and abilities that manifest in their, during puberty or sometimes even earlier than that. So I took inspiration, of course, from X-Men. If you guys forgot last stream, Ultra Squad X took inspiration. X-Men was my inspiration. So yes, aberrants are my universe mutants in a sense. And her abilities is to adapt. And I can't wait to explain her abilities and how they actually functions and work in my universe, which is going to be totally fun. So as we start getting closer and closer to the launch of VK, and when we actually launch Venus Orion Comics, I'm gonna start doing breakdowns of some early breakdowns of these characters' abilities and powers. But yes, this is Adaptima, and we also gonna go through a video talking about her costume as well, and why her costume is the way it is. I think it's going to also be pretty fun as well. And she has been a fan favorite, even though Ultra Squad X is not even out yet. A lot of you guys love her design. Special schools, yes. They go to the school. They go to the Academy of Prodigies. Dr. Malcolm Crawford. He's the one that opened the school. It's been funded by this organization of aberrants that's working behind the scenes, and they helped funded this academy, because what's going on is the Guardian states and the Freedom states don't know how to deal with aberrants. Like I said, Right now, planet Earth is going through so many things. You have outworlders, people who come from a different solar system, a different galaxy, even a different dimension, finding their way on Earth and making Earth their home. So they're pretty much outer space immigrants coming down. And then you have metahumans, and then you have aberrants, and then you have the Defiants. And I can't wait to talk about the Defiants at a later date. But these are different classes of beings that lives on planet Earth. And the world government doesn't know how to classify or how to handle them and stuff. So both the freedom states of America and the Guardian States of America, for those of you guys who are new here, in my universe, America, the United States is no longer one anymore. There's a second civil war that split America apart. So there's two different Americas. You have the Freedom States of America, which operates kind of like how America runs down, and you have the Guardian States of America, which is more like a surveillance state. It's kind of like the CCP in a sense. It's everybody's being watched. Everybody has a Guardian score, which is kind of like a social score and stuff like that. So, yes, Alpha Squad X, and the characters and the school, the academy itself, is in the Freedom States. Now, the Freedom States, they're not as discriminative against aberrants as the Guardian States. The Guardian States are gridlocked on them. So now what you have is you have a lot of aberrants crossing the border, crossing over, trying to get to the Freedom State side, because aberrants are treated a little bit better. But the problem is there's too many aberrants to the point now that the Freedom States have to crack down now. They have to crack down. So I can't wait to actually go through the Aberrant Registration Act. Dr. Malcolm Crawford, he's the one who's an aberrant himself. He's trying to pretty much fight against this Registration Act because it has some underlying implications under it that's very, very dangerous. And it's not just dangerous to aberrants, it's also dangerous to humans that he believes. So yes, Ultra Squad X is his team that he's been training because they replaced an original team. There was a team before Ultra Squad X, which we'll get into in the comic book, what happened to that team or whatever. But yes, this is a brand new team that's coming. Now the thing is, Dr. Malcolm and the Academy of Prodigies, the thing about the school is the school has worked with the Freedom States government, meaning that aberrants who go to this academy, they pretty much can override, they pretty much can bypass the Aberrant Registration Act. Because once you go to the school, you learn how to they end up getting their new citizenship or certification. And when aberrants apply to the school and they go to the school and they enroll in it, they wear a badge. So the government would know and people would know that they go to the Academy of Prodigies. So once they go through the program and graduate, they're now functioning members of society. They don't have to register to the Aberrant Registration Act. But Dr. Malcolm is trying to fight the Registration Act, period. But for now, aberrants would have to enroll in his academy in order to bypass the registration. Oh yeah, well there's a limp. No, I know. I know one thing. It's funny that you said this. It's very funny because let me see. Let me bring back up the chat or whatever. One second. I'm gonna bring back up the chat because I like what you just said, and that's something I wanted to point out. And I can't spoil it here because I have to wait before I go into the abilities when we get a chance. But bring up the chat for a second. Yeah, so oh, that's what that is. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, Arcana said adaptability is a very broken ability. She can probably solo. Well, at the beginning stages, she can't solo shit. Like Ultra Squad X, they're new. Their powers are still maturing, so she can only adapt to but so much. And I can't go into the details of how her adaptability mechanics work because I did put a limit on it because I took that under consideration that that she can be broken, that she can solo a lot of shit. But you'll see when we get to that point. Yes, ruined by the internet. Yes, there's only one school for now. It's a gradient. They're not. The legs are not 3D. It's just a gradient. It's just a gradient. Like my artist and her shading is fucking ridiculous. Like I watch her. I watch how she does some of her stuff. How she draw and how she colors and stuff. Her shading is that fucking good. It looks like it's 3D, but no, it's not 3D. It's her coloring, it's her shading and stuff. But yes, this is Adaptima, and I can't wait for us to actually dive into the details of Ultra Squad X and her abilities. So we're gonna move on to the next one, which we have. Who do we have next? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna move on to the next character. Of course, we have the Frequency Speedster, Adrenaline. We talked about him in the last stream, and like I told you, he's the last character or last comic series that's going to be going phase 1, because this is where we start getting to the whole sci-fi aspect of the Venus Orion Comics universe. Like I said, he is a person that's that the government classified as the Shift. What is the Shift? Oh wow! Thanks for the super chat. 1 second. Why didn't it pop up on my? I set so many things up wrong here. Oh, let's take that off. Live chat. Oh, that's what. Right. There we go. Well, I just gotta make sure I got all this correct. I got so much stuff going on here. 1 second, guys. Stream amps, alerts. There we go. That's why it didn't pop up. All right, I just want to make sure I got all this right, because I built a whole new overlay today and everything. So I'm gonna be adjusting stuff as I'm doing this stream. So bear with me. Yeah, okay. Let me see. That brings that way. Oh yeah. So yes. So now, he's classified as the Shift. What is the Shift? Now, in my universe, when it comes to Adrenaline himself, in my universe, everybody is tied to this thing called the Frequency Conduit. What is the Frequency Conduit? The Frequency Conduit is pretty much an entity that has 6 different frequency strands. Now, in my universe, in order for people to exist in my universe, everybody is vibrating at a certain frequency. Now, the thing is, you have these 6 frequency strands, and they're elements. You have space and time, which is connected to speed. Then you also have matter, you have density, you have sound, you have negativity, and then the other strand, which is the black strand. They all come in different colors, and the ultimate strand is all the strands combined. Now, the thing is, Elliot Chambers is the main character of this comic book series. Now, the thing is, in a particular accident happens to where he gets connected to the frequency conduit. He falls into a coma, and when he wakes up, he meets the physical embodiment of the frequency conduit. And the physical embodiment is named Zexer. And Zexer tells him that the universe is going through an imbalance, and the frequency itself of the universe is pretty much fucking up. And like I said, everybody's tied to a frequency, and if you start fucking with the frequency, it fucks with the physical manifestation of the universe itself. So Zexer had pretty much put the responsibility on him to bring balance back into bring balance to the frequency of the universe once again. So he's tied to the blue frequency, which is space and time, and this is how. And so he has the power of speed. Now, the villain in the first series, in the first arc of the series, is Dr. Doppler, which I showed her off. She has the purple strand, which is the strand of the negativity strand. And what that strand does is, in the universe itself, all of the frequencies are pretty much going past one another. They're not touching each other. But every once in a while, you get a frequency coil, where there's a coil within these strands that also cause and creates these anomalies, or these freak accidents within the universe itself. So what the negative strand does is it pretty much negates and stops the frequencies strands from ever colliding with one another. So she has the ability to pretty much negate any person who's a shift. Any person that's connected to a certain strand, she's able to pretty much negate their abilities and stuff temporarily or whatever. So yes, man, this is going to be an interesting book. This one is very, very, like, this gets into the sci-fi aspects of my universe and everything. But yes, the frequency speedster adrenaline. Anything that looks cool though reminds me of having an X-Men. So yes, and now if you want to move on to the next character that was showing off. We can get into it. Let me see, make sure I ain't missing anybody else. Which we already talked about this character. We're gonna get a little bit more into it much later. This is Yan Yu Sheng, which is the Jade Enchantress. She's from the Tetherverse. Like I told you before, the Tetherverse is another universe that's outside of the Venus Orion Comics universe. It's called the Tetherverse because it's tethered to the Venus Orion Comics universe. And so, why did I make this Tetherverse? The Tetherverse is pretty much a future-proof. What do I mean by future-proof? Well, the future-proof is eventually I'm going to start recruiting new writers to write new stories. So Venus Orion Comics is not going to just have a Venus Orion Comics shared universe. There's going to be separate universes. So when I start hiring and bringing in new staff, new writers, they'll be able to tell their own stories that's unrelated to Venus Orion Comics shared universe. So Venus Orion Comics will eventually be able to publish other people's books and publish new stories that's unrelated to the Venus Orion Comics universe. But the unique thing about it is, since it's tethered to the Venus Orion Comics universe, I can be able to pull characters from the Tetherverse and bring them to my universe and vice versa. So if any writer wants to utilize my characters or anything like that, and they're working underneath Venus Orion Comics, they can utilize my characters and bring them into the Tetherverse, to tell certain stories that they want to tell that's in their character stories and everything. So yes, she's the first that's within the Tetherverse, and she will cross between both the Venus Orion Comics universe and also her world that's in the Tetherverse itself. So you'll definitely see where I'm going with this. But Yan Yu Cheng, from the universe that she's from, everything, she's from the Jade Nation. Now, the universe that she comes from, there's these different nations, and each of these nations are named after different gems, and they all have these special different types of, abilities. So this is going to focus more on magic and sorcery. And what happened is these nations used to go to war with one another until this great ancient evil had showed up, which the lords of each nation had to come together, and they had these sacred armaments to help fight against this ancient evil and to seal it away. And after they sealed it away, the armaments was sent away along, with the ancient evil that was sealed away. And then the old ancient ones had disappeared. They had left. No one knows what happened to the nation's ancient ones. So these had become legends over time. But what eventually ends up happening is followers of this ancient evil had appeared, and they started recruiting and created their own army, their own dark army. And what they did was they started invading these different each nation, taking their sacred gem that represents their nation, and they trying to use these gems in order to bring back the ancient one that was pretty much sealed away. So what happened was most of the nations was destroyed. The only ones that were left over had to come together, including the Jade Nation, to come together. The remaining nations had to come together to form one big nation in order to stop this army. Now, Yan Yu Cheng, her family were great sorcerers and sorcerers from the Jade Nation, and they had left to go find the sacred armaments that the ancient ones had left behind, and hoping that they can use this in order to stop the revival, or to pretty much seal the deal and eliminate the ancient evil that was sealed away years ago. But her family, both her mom and dad, had left to go on this journey and never returned. Now Yan Yu Cheng, she's old enough now, and she went through immense training to become a sorceress herself, and now she's on a journey to not only look for her parents, but also look for the armaments of the ancient ones, so she can be able to stop the potential revival of this ancient evil. Oh yeah, of course. This sounds good, man. Everything is taking so long to be in my hands. Yeah. Landon said, make sure to screen check your future writers. Of course. Like, when it comes to me, and when I start recruiting writers, and this is later on. First, I have to set the foundation for Venus Orion Comics first, before I take on any new writers. So, only thing I'm looking for right now is new artists. Because Jessica, she can only do but so much. She's going to be fixated, and she's going to be working on some series, and I'm going to need other artists. And the requirements for these artists, you have to be on her level or better than her in order to be able to be the artist for Venus Orion Comics. So that's the standard that I'm setting for artists. But as far as writers are concerned, I'm not recruiting writers anytime soon until I lay the foundation for Venus Orion Comics. So once that does happen, I will be recruiting writers eventually in the near future, and I will be screen checking them. And plus, there will be some guidelines, because I will have writers write certain series for my universe itself. So yes, I have a universe Bible, so there's some guidelines they would have to follow within my universe Bible, of course. They definitely would have to follow that. And on top of that, they will also have to and on top of that, I have to overlook all that before I have to give it okay. I have to check off on it before anything gets passed. Nothing gets through me. Nothing gets signed off unless it comes through me. So yes, you don't have to worry about any type of wokeness or dumb shit or anything of that type of stuff, because every writer has to come through me. I have to check through all of it before it gets published or anything like that. So you don't have to worry about that. So yes. So the next character, and bring this back up again. Make sure. Let's see. I love Adaptima so much. Yeah, everybody's loving her. Everybody's loving it. And Overkey said, this sounds good, man. Everything is taking too long to get in my hands. Yeah, man. This stuff takes time, but January will be here. It's right around the corner. So hold on. All right. So let's see what we got here. We'll bring up the next one. All right. So the next character is a favorite too of mine too. The Great Samaritan, Justin Emmett, the Great Samaritan. He's the nation Avatar. Now, for those of you who missed out on the last stream where I gave you a little bit of detail on this, all right, so what's going on here? What is the nation's Avatar? Well, just like I told you about the whole Civil War, in current time in my universe, there was a war called the Fahiman War. It was this terrorist group called the Red Baku. The Red Baku is stationed in Mongolia. Now, what happened was, there was some, I guess you would say, the Red Baku had blew up the Hall of Reconciliation in the United States. Why did he blow it up? Well, you want to find out in the comic book why the Hall of Reconciliation was blown up. Now, what is the Hall of Reconciliation? Now, the Hall of Reconciliation is pretty much a neutral ground for the Guardian States and the Freedom States. Now, like I told you, America has been split up into two different Americas, the Freedom States and the Guardian States. Well, the Hall of Reconciliation is the neutral building. It's like a government building or a constitutional building where both the government, the Guardian State government and the Freedom States government come together to discuss politics or whatever politics that they want to discuss as far as their country is concerned, or talk about global matters and everything. Well, the Red Baku, the terrorist group, had blew it the fuck up, and many people had died, which sparked a war. And this is the first time since the Second Civil War, which happened 200 years ago, where both the Guardian States and the Freedom States decide to come together and fight together. Like, people never seen this in a long time. It's been 200 years since America came together as one. So they went over there to Mongolia because the terrorist group was based there, and there was some other shit that was going on there, which I won't explain because you have to find out into the Great Samaritan comic book. But eventually, after that war has ended, because Justin Emmett, the main character, who's the Great Samaritan, he had signed up to go to the war. And his background, he has a mother and father. They're loved by their community. He grew up in I guess you would say, a Catholic or Christian background. His father's a pastor of a church. His mother do a lot of community programs for the community. Everybody loves them. Justin Emmett, smart kid growing up, loves sports, loved by the community, loved by his peers. He ended up meeting this girl in college because he was on a football team at one point at his college, and he had promised that he would marry her. He promised that he would marry her, and what happens is he end up engaging her. And that's when the whole thing with the Hall reconciliation had blown up, which sparked the war, the Bohemian War. So what happened was, he decided that he wanted to go fight for his country. Now the father was telling him he didn't want his son to go fight. He didn't want Justin Emmett to fight at all. But he said to his father that, "Father, you told me that, it's my job, it's our job, especially as people, to fight for those who can't fight for themselves, and to stand up and fight for your country, and to defend the innocent and everything. And these are the morals and values that you put into me. Like I can't sit back and watch how we just lost, innocent people." Oh, thanks, Dave Pepsi for the super chat, appreciate it. And he decided that, hey, I'm gonna go fight. I'm gonna go sign up. I'm gonna enlist, and I'm gonna fight in this war. Now the interesting thing is, there's other characters that enlisted in this war. Jake Pierce. This is during the time Jake Pierce, he enlisted in the Bohemian War. Darnell Brooks, the Dust Defender, who's another character of mine, he enlisted, and many other characters who enlisted in the war. So you will see a lot of crossover and a lot of characters who were in the same vicinity but didn't know about each other, if you get what I'm saying. So Justin with the war, and his fiance didn't want him to go, but he said this is something that he must do, So he goes to the war, and he got injured real bad. But because of his injury and because of his selfless act, it gave the Guardian States and the Freedom States an edge in the war for them to be able to take down the Red Baku. So his selfless act had done that. And so what kind of injury did he experience? Well, it's the kind of injury where he can hardly walk. He can walk, but it's so painful that he's more so staying in a wheelchair, or he's walking in a cane. But when he comes back after the war, he pretty much essentially loses everything. What did he lose? When I say everything, well, you have to wait into the comic book. But he lost so much to the point where he wanted to commit suicide. That it was too much. That he fought for his country, and in return, that he just lost everything. But during the Bohemian War, there were scientists that was American scientists that was actually rescued, and these scientists were important. These scientists were working on a formula or a serum, and this serum was a super soldier serum that other parts and other governments around the world was all trying to create their own super soldier. So there's been an armed race to create their own superhuman to pretty much be the symbol of their nation, to be the protector of their nation. So what happened was the data or the information behind the serum had got leaked out. So many governments started getting to work on their own super soldier. So these scientists in America had created called Dr. Graham, which is a husband and wife scientist couple. They was working on the project called Project Samson. And Project Samson was the first stages to the Great Samaritan Project. So as they started looking through all the candidates, they found someone who had, because they didn't want to choose anybody to be the nation's avatar. They wanted somebody with principle, with virtue. And they seen what Justin Emmett had done and the selfless sacrifice that he had made for his country, and they decided to pick him. And because of this, it not only changed him where he's able to walk, he's in full health, he also got some incredible powers. Now, the nation avatar is pretty much, every country has their own nation's avatar. Justin Emmett is the nation avatar of the Freedom States of America. These colors right here is the colors of the Freedom States of America flag. The Guardian States has a female nation's avatar, which I can't wait to show all the different nations' avatar. China has a nation's avatar. Japan has a nation's avatar. Russia has a nation's avatar. Israel has a nation's avatar. Pakistan has a nation's avatar. All these different nations have their own super soldier. And I can't wait to actually tell this story, because those of you guys who love politics and love the nitty gritty of politics, this goes into the politics of my universe. And it's going to be asking a lot of questions about government overreach and the price of freedom and all these other type of things. And you'll be able to go through this experience with Justin Emmett, because now he has a new responsibility now that he's the nation's avatar, that the nation looks up to him. And I can't wait till when we get to the union, where when the governments come together to the union, and each government brings their nation avatar to the union, so you'll be able to see all the different avatars, and it's gonna be pretty cool. It's gonna be pretty cool. It's definitely gonna be pretty cool. So hold on 1 second. I'm gonna answer some questions now. Hold up. I'm gonna answer your questions now. Let me see. Oh, you guys are funny. Let's see. Let me see. Landon says, "Is he secretly gay?" Hell no. Hell no. He's not gay at all. So that's nothing to fret about. And then of course, Dave said, "Love the character designs and backstory. Definitely appreciate it." This is a good question from Nova. This is a good question. Nova said, "Do you think you'll ever have figurines or statues made for any of these characters?" Of course. If anything, statues are expensive, but I want to do 3D print figurines for now until Venus Orion Comics begin to become big and start to actually make a lot of money and stuff. But the goal is, I do want to do 3D print figures for now. But I wanted to do a 3D print figure of Young Rav, Hezekiah Draven, for the VK pre-order campaign, but I'm not going to be able to make it in time to be able to get that done, because I found somebody who's able to do that, actually. Do a 3D print of my character, paint it, and everything. But we're getting so close to January, and I have so many other business aspects that I need to do. So the goal was to have Hezekiah Draven as the first figure. I was going to have like a limit of 3 of them, like 3 or 4 of them, because like I said, this shit is expensive. So those who is able to get their hands on it, you better collect these. And in each campaign, I'll have a different figure. Like campaign 2, like for chapter 2 of VK, you'll get you'll have a 3D figure of a print figure of Isaiah Draven and Caleb Draven. So it's a lot of things I want to do. Talcum X said, can your artist make 3D models? She probably can. She can animate 2D. She can 2D animate and stuff like that. And animations is expensive. Like I said, my artist, it would cost me $5,000 for my artist to do like a minute and 30 like a minute and 30 seconds. I think a minute and 30-second animation. It would cost $5,000. It's a whole lot of money. And Omega said, "What about action figures?" I would definitely love to do that. I would definitely love to do action figures. But like I said, all that it depends on my effort as a writer. I have to create an interesting story for you guys that you guys want to come back for more and continue to support. So the thing is, it depends on me and it depends on you guys. You guys got to come out and show some support for Venus Orion Comics. If you guys want to see animations, because I want to do animated trailers. I want to do animated like scenes from my books. That will be pretty cool, and with voice acting and everything. But it all depends on how much you guys come out and show support, and it depends on how well my stories are for you guys to have interest in wanting to come back for more and more. So that's what it is. So it's a give or take thing. So I'm praying for the success for Venus Orion Comics. Like I said before, this campaign itself, this campaign that's coming in January, the pre-order campaign for VK Chapter 1, the success of this will determine the momentum for Venus Orion Comics moving forward. The success of this. That's how important this pre-order campaign is. Depending on how successful it is, it would determine the momentum of how many things and how many projects I can do and put out there at once and work on and have these different projects worked on, different promotions and stuff like that. So it depends on how much you guys come out and show some support for Venus Orion Comics. So we're gonna move on to the next one. All right, now we about to get into the nitty gritty pretty soon. Of course, we have Viper from the Viper and Cobra series. I can't wait until we definitely dive into this series. Like I said, she's part of Phase 1. Her and her younger sister Cobra. They're mercenaries, and you get a chance to see what the mercenary underground world is like. And especially with how the Freedom States operates, because the Freedom States operate much differently than the Guardian States. Yes, the Freedom States have more freedom than the Guardian States, but the Freedom States isn't perfect. There's a lot of corruption within the Freedom States itself, and Viper and Cobra would definitely dig deep into the corruption of the Freedom States. So the Freedom States is not all sugar. I guess you say sugar and rainbows. I would say. There is a lot of issues within the Freedom States, so you're going to find out a lot about the politics and everything that's going on, especially the mercenary world within the Cobra and the Viper and Cobra series. So I definitely can't wait to get into that. Will there be voice acting in the future? Oh, definitely. There's some things that I do want to show off to you guys. Matter of fact, while we already here, let me prepare this for you guys, so you guys can be able to Let me get this for you guys. I think this. I'm already talking about it, so I might as well show it to you guys. A lot of you guys may have not seen it already. Seen it before, so I think it's a perfect time for me to do that for you guys. So let me pull this up. I'm just typing it up. Alright, so I'm gonna bring this up and videos. Here we go. Venus Orion Comics folder. And alright, cool. Okay.
Marcus, I have arrived here at the rendezvous point. Where is your current location?
I'm just outside your current position. Stay put. And where's Cobra?
I'm on lookout in case anyone enters the facility.
Good, now listen up. Here's your mission briefing. Around 12 a.m. there will be a cargo shipment of a new ego drug called ID dopamine.
ID dopamine. Let me guess. Thornton Pharmaceuticals are the suppliers. Am I right?
Well, you're only half correct. But check this out. There's another player involved and you won't believe who it is.
It would be kind of funny if you said it was GAI, the makeup company or something.
You're not serious, are you?
No fucking way. I was only joking when I said it.
I received a tip that Genetic Advancement Industries is funding a shit ton of human-enhanced drugs to release on the black market.
Viper. Can you believe this? We've purchased most of our foundation from their store chains.
Cobra, that's not important right now. It appears that everyone is in bed with the Red Band network these days.
But it gets even more interesting. There's rumors that Volsor Corp is somehow involved in all of this.
Well, they are one of the biggest financial firms in Neodelphia. but it's weird that a Guardian State corporation is doing business with a Freedom State industry.
So, how dangerous is this drug?
I was just about to get to that. After receiving the details, it appears this drug unlocks a psychotic power based on the user's personality and makes him into a metahuman for a duration of time. If this seeps into our communities, many innocent lives will fall victim to its effects, and we cannot allow crime organizations to get a hold of this ego drug.
Okay, so the truck will arrive in 20 minutes. If this drug is as dangerous as you claim it is, then we should expect some of the best security protecting the shipment.
This sounds like a job that Corbin Strife and the Mad Jack's mercenaries would take up. Right, Viper?
I doubt it, Cobra. The Mad Jack's mercenaries have been staying low ever since Corbin had been taken down by that guy in the Neo suit. He's locked up right now, so we are potentially dealing with a wild card in terms of professional security.
Well, I guess we'll have to be on guard then, huh?
This is going to be fun.
I'll provide cover if things get out of hand. Good luck, ladies.
Roger that.
Roger that.
All right, there we go. Yes. Okay. So what you saw was I would say like it was like a mock-up, like a mock-up audition video that I did 2 years ago for Viper and Cobra. I wanted to get some voice acting to get a feel of how I want the characters to sound. So I also did in homage to Metal Gear. If you've seen the codex and stuff, that was just paying homage to Metal Gear itself. But it was just a mock-up audition of how I wanted the characters to sound, how to see how the personalities between Viper and Cobra, and also their old head or their mentor, Marcus Higgs, and how they interact with one another, how the personalities bounce off of one another, and also give you some insight and I guess some Easter egg drops within the dialogue itself. Now these voice actresses, they are pretty much friends of mine that I've met over time within the 3D hentai space. So I went to the 3D hentai, I went to the hentai community, voice acting community, and talked to these two young ladies, and I asked them would they be interested, because you gotta also understand a lot of these voice actors that's in the hentai space, they want to go into the mainstream. They fit, like a lot of them go to hentai because it's something that's easy to break out into, to build a portfolio, to do some voice acting, and hopefully so they can eventually break into the mainstream. So I went to the two young ladies and approached them, and they were down for it, to voice Viper and Cobra, and also the young man who's also in the hentai community. He did Marcus Higgs as well. So yeah, that's what it was. I wanted to just fool around and mess around with the voice acting and stuff like that, and it came out really, really well. So let's see, look at the comments real quick before we move on to the next post. Only got a little. Oh, thanks, appreciate it. Landon, he found it. Yeah, that was a Neo Suit Johnny reference, and I guess you would say that's kind of a spoiler in a bit, because you'll understand. And Arcana asks, okay, I know this is weird. No, it's not weird. It's okay to ask me this question. But are you going to do like 3D hentai of Venus Orion comic characters, or are you going to leave that separate and keep it pure? Somebody had asked me a while ago, not even a while ago, like I would say like last week. No, it was in the Discord. Somebody had asked me, is it okay if they can draw like hentai version or draw some like hentai art of my characters? I was like, go ahead. That's promotion for Venus Orion Comics. I want everybody to better find a way to find these characters, or to find the Venus Orion Comics brand. I will be doing some spicy like pinups of my female characters. Like posters and pictures and stuff, some little spicy stuff. But as far as hentai, I probably won't. Me personally won't be doing hentai of my Venus Orion comic characters. But I'm open for anybody. If anybody want to do 3D hentai artwork or anything like that, perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But yes, there will be some spicy pictures you know, fan service pictures and pinup art that I would have for you guys for my female characters, definitely that. I mean, some spicy stuff. But as far as hentai is concerned, most likely not for my Venus Orion Comics characters and stuff. But I'm open for fans to do that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm very open for that. I'm not against that. Like anything that can get my brand out there, that would definitely work. Lord Blade says I need a character that breaks the fourth wall. I that's something that I'm looking into. Eventually, I'll eventually have a character that would do something like that eventually, or whatever. I think that'd be pretty fun. I think that'd be pretty cool. Because if you don't know, most of my universe is a mixture between like anime, you know, like Eastern and Western. So you see, I'm gonna have some superheroes, and I'm gonna have more of that shonen type, anime type stuff, you know, in my universe. So it's a mixture. I'm blending the two together. Oh yeah. I know that for a fact. But like I said, I already had people ask me, is it okay for them to do hentai of my characters? And I was like, I'm fine with that. Like, especially if you posting it and stuff like that, make sure to tag me in it. You know, I want people to get like to know these characters. I don't care how they know them. It's going to bring them to the center point, which is Venus Orion Comics itself. So if people are able to relate to the character or get to have a relationship with these characters, that'll be fine. What the hell? Wait, one second, guys. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a stream. You can go to my stream. You go to my
Okay.
Yeah, I'll call you.
Okay.
Yeah, once the stream is over, I'll call you back.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. I'll go to the stream now.
Okay. All right. Bye. That was Baby Mama. All right. Comic manga manhwa. Yeah. So it's kind of like that. So all right, we're gonna move on to the next character, guys. We're gonna move on to the next character. Yes, I know somebody. So the next character, and we definitely want to get into this, and this was going to open up to VK. We're going to open up to VK in a second. Let me see how you going. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. All right, we're going to do this first. Okay, so said who that? Oh, that was Baby Mama. Let me see. All right, so the next character. Landon has been waiting for this. Yes, this is Detective Bertelli. Who is Detective Bertelli? Now, Landon is a big fan of Jake Pierce. Really, really big fan of Jake Pierce. I came up with the concept of Jake Pierce back when I was in college, but I didn't really have any characters drawn up or anything for Jake Pierce until about like 3 years ago. Because the first year I did VK. I came up with VK. I put all that stuff together. And then year 2, Jake Pierce and Neo Suit Johnny came into conception. Now, the thing is, Detective Bertelli is a VK character. But what happened was, since I got into the whole notion of creating a shared universe, I wanted to be able to connect a lot of these elements from these different comic book series to show that, hey, this is a shared universe. There's events that happen in one series that can pretty much carry over to other series. So the first time you'll see, like, I guess you would say canonically, in my universe, the first time you'll see Detective Bertelli, you're gonna see her in the VK series. This is where she makes her appearance. But you will also find her in Jake Pierce, the Jake Pierce series. So what is the Jake Pierce series? And we're going to talk about that in a second. Which is this is another series that's really, really dear to my heart, because this is like the second series that I came up with, and then it was Neo Suit Johnny that followed right after it. Right after that, this is something that you see right here. There's a Jake Pierce poster right there. And I'll bring it up closer so you guys can actually see it or whatever. So let me open it up for you guys. Bam. Okay. So we're gonna go back. So this is the Jake Pierce poster that you see in my room. Now, as you see Jake Pierce, and you see Detective McDonald, and the female that you see here is Detective Bertelli. Now, like I'm gonna keep reminding you guys, this is an old picture. This was an old concept that I made because I started Venus Orion Comics and I started VK 4 years ago. I didn't do the Jake Pierce until 3 years ago, so a year later. So this is old. What you see is Philadelphia in the back. Now remember, it's Neo-Delphia. Remember, the concept of Neo-Delphia didn't come until the concept of Neo Suit Johnny. So right here you see the original Philadelphia buildings, but that no longer exists no more because it's Neo-Delphia instead. So I just want you to keep that in mind. This was an old concept, which means that Jake Pierce is going through a lot of development right now since I changed so many things. So there's a lot of updating that needs to be done. But this is one of the original designs to Detective Bertelli, because Detective Bertelli has a design before this design, which I will save that for a special occasion. But this was the original Detective Bertelli. This was the one of the originals. This is the second design. Detective Bertelli went through 4 or 5 different designs. I'm saving those designs for a special when I do like a special. Probably for Patreon or for an art book or something like that. I want to save that. There's some content I can't show because I want to save that for other content. So I won't show you those other designs. You'll get a chance to see that through other content. But yes, this is Detective Bertelli. This was the second design of Detective Bertelli for Jake Pierce. She's a close friend to Jake Pierce. She's a very close friend. They're childhood friends. And as I said before, Jake Pierce is my Punisher. He loses his daughter and he loses his wife. Now, how do you lose them? I won't explain this. I won't spoil it because you have to wait to the series. And also, on top of that, Jake Pierce, like I said, he also participated in the Vehement War, like Justin Emmett, who was the Great Samaritan, in the Great Samaritan book. So they're both, I guess you would say, war veterans at this point or whatever. But yes, ever since he comes back from the war, he ends up getting into, I guess you would say security or bodyguard or, security, a security agency and stuff like that. But I won't get into it, but it gets really, really sad. And Jake Pierce pretty much, he takes it to Neo-Delphia. Like, he's getting revenge. Like, when I say this opens up the door and give you the backstory of the crime and corruption within Neo-Delphia itself, it's going to be crazy. And the sad part about it is, now Detective Bertelli has to go after him. She's trying to stop him because she sees him going down a destructive path, a destructive road that he may not be able to return from. So she's chasing after him. And every time she gets to a location, he's not there. And her partner, Detective McDonald, her old head, is trying to calm her down because he sees her like a daughter. Because Detective McDonald used to be partners with Detective Bertelli's dad, who died, or whatever. So it's a whole lot to this. But Jake Pierce is a series that takes place 2 years before the events of VK picks up. So, no, there's no vampires in Jake Pierce, but the story itself takes place in Neo-Delphia, where VK takes place. So this takes place 2 years. 2 years before VK. Because after Jake Pierce, Detective Bertelli, she takes on a new case and everything like that, which is going to lead her down the shadow world of vampires and everything that she didn't know exist. So Detective Bertelli is the wedge or the connecting piece that's going to bring readers into the vampire world as well. So she is a supporting character, but she's an important character. She's going to be throughout VK itself. She's my, I guess you would say she's like my flagship female character in VK. She's a supporting character. She's a very important, essential character to VK. So, I know there's some of you guys who were asking, like, okay, so what's going on with Jake Pierce? When are we going to see his series? Now, VK is coming out first. Yes, Jake Pierce is a prequel to VK, but VK releases first. Now, Detective Bertelli doesn't appear in the comics until chapter 2 of VK. That's when she makes her first appearance in chapter 2. So I'm just letting you guys know now. Detective Bertelli, she makes her appearance in chapter 2. So essentially, I'm not spoiling anything, but she's going to be tracking down young Raph, or Hezekiah Draven. She's going to be tracking him down. So she's going to be stumbling upon things that she didn't know exist, as far as vampires and everything that's within the shadow world itself. So eventually she's gonna eventually meet the Draven brothers, and that's where a lot of stuff is gonna start bridging together. But at some point when she does meet excuse me, meet Hezekiah Draven, young Raph, eventually when them two meet up together, and when they start getting to know each other, she's going to start talking and making mentions of Jake Pierce. The moment she makes the mention of Jake Pierce, then you can expect his series to drop. And his series is going to be a prequel, so you'll be able to see what happened. You'll be able to see a little bit younger, like a little bit younger, Bertelli, and you better see what happened with Jake Pierce. So you'll be able to see all those things, in those events. So when we get to that point where she starts to talk about Jake Pierce to Hezekiah Draven, that's when you start to see. That's when you'll see the release of the Jake Pierce series. Just to let you guys know. But yes, this is Detective Bertelli. She's pretty much my beloved creation. I love this character. There's a lot involved with this character and everything. And like I said, she's my flagship female character for VK. Which is going to now open us into VK itself, which we're going to talk about. But we're going to get into the questions so I can see it. Let me see. Oh yeah, hold up. Give me a second, guys. Bring up the chat. Let's see what we got here. There, Landon says, there she is. Yeah, Landon been waiting a long time. Been waiting a long time for Detective Bertelli. That's definitely his favorite character. Scott Pilgrim said, yo, what's up, Scott? What's up? Let's see. Yes. Oh snap, vampires. Yes, that's what VK is about. Varion Killers, Vampire Killers is about vampires and stuff. So we definitely get into that. In the future, will you make an alternate version of Jake Pierce that's set in the 90s? That can be like a Tetherverse story that I can tell, like set in the 90s and stuff like that. I think that'd be pretty interesting to get the garlic. Say, you meeting with other players, indie comics like Razor Fist, Rennie Draws, and Rippaverse. Yeah, I would like to meet those guys. It's up to them. Like if they wanna talk with me, meet up with me, or whatever. It's up to them. Eric July, he had shouted me out on his stream at one it was like 2 weeks ago or something like that. But yeah, I'm all up for meeting all the other indie comic players that's in the space. I'm definitely into all that. I think that'd be pretty cool and pretty dope. But yes, so let's see. Let's move on to now. This is what leads us into. Let me bring it up. Here we go. Okay, so this what brings us to one of the main characters to VK, Hezekiah Draven, young Raph. This is young Raph. Yes. The Draven brothers, Draven brothers and Varion himself are the main protagonists of this story, and I definitely can't wait to really dive into this series. This is a series that I hold so close to my heart. This is the first series that's going to kick off the Venus Orion Comics universe to get you guys really in there, and I can't wait. And like I said, it's called Varion Colors Vampire Killers, and I also want to make this clear to you guys. These aren't typical vampires. I'm not telling this is not your typical vampire story and everything like that. I'm doing something a bit different with my vampires. There's a vampire hierarchy and a vampire class-like system. Not all vampires are created equal. And like I said, in my universe, I have a mechanic called the Wave Essence mechanic, which we won't get into just yet because I want the book to actually explain it to you. Chapter 2 is going to start getting you into what the wave essence and what the wave mechanics are in chapter 2 of VK. But with the wave essence mechanic, vampires, and not only vampires, but humans themselves are able to tap into their wave essence, which is their soul consciousness. They're allowed to tap into that to do some incredible feats. But yes, it does come at a draw. It does have its drawbacks and everything like that. But a lot of these vampires have special abilities that's tailored to who they are as an individual. And a lot of them got some of them got transformations. Some of them can power up and stuff like that. And also, when it comes to the vampire hunters themselves, there's different classes of vampire hunters. And because of the wave essence mechanics, these vampire hunters have special abilities and special abilities that's tailored to them as an individual as well. So this is not just your typical vampire hunter story. So I also want to make that clear. There's going to be some interesting things in here, man. Like it's going to be some epic battles that's going to take place as the story develops and as these characters develop. So I'm looking forward to that. Now, when it comes to Hezekiah himself, this character, all I can say is that him and his brothers can't remember who they are. But the thing is, for some strange reason, they know how to fight. They know how to tap into their special abilities. They know what vampires are. They slay them, and it's like second nature to them. But they don't know why. And when they woke up, these two scientists was pretty much helping them put their pieces to their memories back together. But they end up dying by this vampire who I won't name until you see in the book on the first chapter of it like that. But the vampires had pretty much invaded this laboratory and killed the two scientists who were helping piecing the brothers' memories back together, which also leads into another character, which we'll get into, which really kicks a lot of this stuff off. Let me bring this character up for you guys, which we have. Here is the man himself, which the book is named after, Varian Keller. So the name of this comic is called Varian Keller's Vampire Killers. Yes, this is Varian himself. Now, Varian, just to give you a little bit of backstory of Varian. For starters, no one knows how old this guy is. No one knows his age and how old this guy is. Now, what is that mask on his face? Now, in the Shadow World, and before we even get into that, what is the Shadow World? The Shadow World is pretty much my universe, Dark World, or the supernatural. This is where all the supernatural things occur. Vampires, werewolves, demons, all kinds of stuff. So this is what's called the Shadow World. So the Shadow World is, vampires are afraid of Varian. This is a vampire hunter or a night hunter, because he hunts more than vampires, but vampires is what he mostly hunts. But they call him the Deadly Inhaler. Why they call him the Deadly Inhaler? He has a mask on his face. Now, what is this mask? Why they call him the Deadly Inhaler? Well, he has a special ability. Now, he don't even know how he has this special ability. There's a lot of mystery that surrounds Varian Keller himself, which is going to be really interesting when you actually start to dive into the comics of VK itself. But Varian Keller, they call him the Deadly Inhaler because he has a special ability. He has an ability to, after he slays vampires, because when vampires die, this mist or this dust or this fog comes out, which is called odium. Odium is pretty much vampires' wave essence, their soul consciousness. He has a special ability where he can inhale a vampire's wave essence, and when he inhales it, it gives him temporarily buffs to his character. And depending on the grade of the vampire, depending on the level and the rank of the vampire, some wave essence of vampires that he inhale, he can permanently keep their abilities. That some vampires that have special trademark abilities, when he inhales it, he not only inhales it, he also get their trademark ability too. Now, there is major drawbacks to this, and the reason why he got the mask. Because the mask, when he inhales using the mask, it filters out the negatives. But even that has drawback, but it's not major drawbacks compared to him just inhaling without the mask. He gets everything. And what's that everything? I can't tell you that because that is the focal point to Varion's character. There is so much to unravel with Varion's character. But anyway, he used to be part of this group that was formed by this organization that he works for called Third Echelon. Now, the name of this group, the chairman, had put this team together called the Enigma Unit. Now, it was this secret vampire organization, or this secret organization that was plotting something that was going to put the whole world at stake. So, Third Echelon put together the Enigma Unit, which I won't show off the other members, because the other members are drawn up already. I can't show them off yet, because you have to wait until we get into the actual book. So, what happens is, he joins this team. They go after this secret vampire organization. They were successful. After they end up defeating this organization, the Enigma Unit, Third Echelon, had disbanded them. Now, one of the other members of the Enigma Unit is called Dread Dealer. Now, Dread Dealer, one day, because when they disband the group, they disperse each member to different branches or different jurisdictions of Third Echelon. So they got scattered. Now, Dread Dealer was in Neo-Delphia. Now, one day, Varion gets a weird call. Oh, thanks for this. Thanks for the subscription, Astro. Really appreciate it. Now, Dread Dealer gets this ominous call from Dread Dealer. And right after he got that call, a few days later, he finds out that Dread Dealer is dead. So all the members of the Enigma Unit goes to Neo-Delphia to find out what the hell happened. Now, the problem is, Third Echelon don't want them involved in the case of Dread Dealer's death. Now, this makes Varion, like, suspicious. So now Varion finds out from a message that was left, a dead man switch, that Dread Dealer had left to Varion. And now he has to crack the code of the dead man switch to find out what he was investigating in Neo-Delphia and what dangers that's coming to Neo-Delphia and potentially the world itself. So now he's trying to he wants to avenge his friends and find out what it was that he discovered that got him killed. So, on his investigation, he ends up finding the Penn Institute laboratory. And within the laboratory, he finds dead bodies everywhere. And amongst the dead bodies, he finds the Draven brothers drenched in blood. They just got finished slaying vampires and everything. And he noticed their potential. And he ends up recruiting them. And end up training the Draven brothers into hone their skills. And in return, he's giving them the skills that they need in order to go after the vampire who killed the two scientists that were like mentor figures to them, that was also trying to piece together their memories. So he's giving them the skills to be able to take down this powerful vampire. And in return, the Draven brothers have to help him crack the code and the mystery behind Dread Dealer's death. So that's just that's just the plot of it, but it gets much bigger. A much bigger conspiracy ends up happening as they start digging deeper and deeper. And I can't wait for you guys to actually read this. Now, here's the thing about Detective Bertelli, because Detective Bertelli gets wrapped up all in this as well. And I want to give you, like, what was my inspiration? What am I going for? To give you an idea with Detective Bertelli as well, is that Detective Bertelli and the Draven brothers and Varion, think of Detective Bertelli and the Draven brothers, think of their relationship like the Ninja Turtles. She's kind of like the April O'Neil, and the Draven brothers are kind of like the Ninja Turtles. She's getting thrown and thrust into this world that she didn't know exists as far as vampires and the shadow world itself. And you have the Draven brothers who's familiar, or kind of like familiar with it, along with Varion and stuff. So that's where her relationship eventually becomes like a Ninja Turtles type of thing. She's like April O'Neil, and the Draven brothers are like the Ninja Turtles. But it gets much more complex than that. But just to give you an idea of what the inspiration comes from in this. Let me see. So let me go read the chats real quick before we move on to the next part. Let's see. Bring this up. He said, man's going to be OP by the end of his story. I'm imagining all the cool abilities he's going to have. Yo, MDG is not lying, yo. MDG is not lying. He said, yo, he going to be bad at OP at the end of this story. Definitely not lying. So is Varian a true main character? The story's going to follow more so behind Hezekiah Draven. But like I said, you're going to get it's still going to be a lot of stuff that's going to focus on Varian Keller. And the reason why it's called Varian Keller's Vampire Killer is because the Draven brothers is his vampire killers. Because what's going on is Varian, he can't do the investigation the way he wants to because Third Echelon is on his back. Because like I told you before, Dreaddealer died, but Third Echelon told them they cannot investigate. They did not put them on the case. And now the members of the Enigma unit, they were scattered back out. But Varian stayed in Neo-Delphia when he's not supposed to. So the Draven brothers are pretty much his eyes and ears. They're the ones that's doing like a lot of the work while he's doing work over here. So they are his vampire killers. Since Echelon got an eye on Varian. So yes, so to show you the move on, yes. So the second brother, Isaiah Draven. Now, thanks for the follow, Colleen. Appreciate it. So this is the second oldest, Isaiah Draven, and look at his design, and you notice something about his character. He has arm bracers called the oh jeez, my nose. Woo. So he has these arm bracers called the Chikari. Now, the Chikari arm bracers, the reason why he has this is because unlike his other brothers, his wave essence and his wave flow is very unstable. So when he powers up and charges up and stuff, since it's unbalanced and where he can't balance the flow of his wave essence, it puts a lot of pressure on his muscles, especially in his arms. Which causes, I guess you would say, muscle tearing, and sometimes the muscles would squeeze on his bones and it would crush his arms. It would fracture his arms. It would break his arms. But the Draven brothers are also special. Their healing factor is pretty fast. They heal pretty fast. So breaking an arm, he can pretty much recover in like 2 to 3 hours, recover his arms back. Now, the thing is about these arm bracers that's created by TechLock, these arm bracers, what it does is the moment that he begins to power up, charge up, or put a lot of power where his wave flow begin to get unstable, what the Shikaris do is they stabilize it right away before it overloads, before he gets to that point where it gets critical. So it allows him to be able to apply the pressure that he needs at any given circumstances that he's in. And when I say that Kyo is a powerful character, I can't wait to I can't wait till you see how powerful Kyo becomes or whatever like that. So yes, this like Isaiah Draven is definitely a character you need to look out for and everything. Thanks, Chris. Thanks. What's up, Hannibal? And then, of course, the other. Before we get into the other parts, we almost done the stream. The other part, the other brother, the baby brother, Caleb Draven. Out of the three brothers, he's the fastest. He's a very fast character, fast, nimble, hard to get your hands on him. When it comes to Caleb Draven, he's the type of character who doesn't like a lot of pressure on him, like responsibility. When responsibility is thrown on him, he begins to panic, or his confidence isn't really there. Isn't there when the responsibility, or when it's time for him to take charge, or when he's in a situation where he has to make decision making. He kind of like He kind of almost drops the ball or whatever, and also he relies heavily on his brother. He takes a lot of risks when he knows his brothers are around. That's when he gets really really risky. He does a lot of riskful things. You know what I'm saying? But he also has an ability called phase shift, which I can't wait to explain what that ability is when you see his ability in chapter 2. Now to remind you, chapter 1 is just the introduction of Hezekiah Draven, but chapter 2 you're going to be introduced to Caleb Draven and also Isaiah Draven. You're going to get introduced to both of these brothers in chapter 2 and get only a taste of what their abilities are. So yes. So that's the youngest brother. Now, another thing I wanted to mention, also those of you guys who didn't see, Techlock is we got to get into. Techlock is also part of the team. He works with Varian and the Draven brothers. He's the one. He's good at he's a hacker. He's also good with technology, and he also invents a lot of the weaponry that the Draven brothers and Varian and them uses, like the Shikaris, the arm bracers that Varian that Isaiah Draven uses, is something that was invented and created by Techlock himself. He used to work for this company, this technological company called NCC, which I will be able to break that acronym down in a later date, and I'll show you the logo for it. I have the logo for it and everything. So that's when he's the one that put together the technology and everything like that. And also, don't sleep on him. He can also hold his own. Varian taught him how to slay vampires and stuff as well. So do not underestimate Techlock. Do not underestimate this character at all. So also, okay, now we'll be able to get into the other stuff. Before we get into that, I wanted to show you guys who those of you guys are new. I already talked about Detective Bertelli and also Jake Pierce. I will reveal the up-to-date version of Jake Pierce after launch of VK and Venus Orion Comics in January 2025. But those of you guys who are curious about Jake Pierce and the early development of Jake Pierce, I guess I can show you guys. I guess I can show you guys this.
South Philadelphia police arrived at 20th Market Street about an hour ago to investigate the murder of Nolan Banks, a promising politician running for this year's Senate election. Police have yet to discover the motives behind his murder, but many people speculate that it's no other than the street vigilante himself, Jake Pierce.
Please, don't kill me. Show me some mercy here.
Mercy? What about my wife and daughter?
Come on, I was only following.
My name is Jake Pierce. For 8 years, I've given my life to serve and protect my country. But in return, I had everything taken from me.
I'm Detective Bertelli from the 22nd District, reporting for duty. Jake, put your hands up where I can see them.
Melissa, stay out of this.
You must stop this senseless killing.
Detective McDowell speaking.
Joseph, I can't stop Jake. I want to save him.
Calm down, Melissa. I'm at the crime scene right now. It looks like your friend Jake is sending a message to the police. We have to find him before more blood is spilled in our streets.
Law and order has become corrupt. Vigilante justice is the only way to bring the system down to its knees. If no one else doesn't stand up to them, then I will.
Okay, so yes, that was Jake Pierce. He said, "Damn, wife and daughter, young father, just like myself." Wait, hold up. I'm gonna bring it up. 1 second. I'm gonna bring that up. Yeah. I was a young father too. I was a father at the age of, I would say 21. Yeah, I was a young father myself. So that's good that people can be able to relate to that and what it's like, and especially people who lost, some loved ones and stuff like that. So I can't wait to tell that story of Jake Pierce. And also, before we get into the last part, we almost done the stream, guys. Just give me a bit. We almost done. About to get into the last parts of this, but let me show you this real quick. Yes, the VK project. Yes, the VK project can't. The voice actor sounds really young. Yeah, I did that 3 years. That was it. The voice actors I got for that. That was like years. That was like years. I did it like 3 years ago. I hired the voice actors for that like 3 years ago. So that's old. So we definitely will be doing some new voice acting and everything when the time comes and everything. All right, so we about to get into the last material that I know you guys that it was important for me to share with you guys. I think it's very important, especially that we're going now that we're going through all this. Okay, so as I said before, guys, those of you who are who are still new and don't know what's going on, as I said before, the comic book is already done. Here's VK, Variant Colors, Vampire Killers. I have 4 variant covers, as I said before. This is the base cover to VK. This is the base cover. I'm gonna repeat this again. The book is already done. If you go to my YouTube video, Venus Orion Comics YouTube channel, and I explain how I'm approaching the crowdfunding. It's not a typical crowdfunding. It is a pre-order campaign. I'm using Kickstarter as a way for pre-order campaign for me to find out how many comics and everything that I need to print up. The book is already done. I paid the money up front out of my pocket so you guys don't have to pay money or give me money to have the book made. No, I paid the money to get the book made. All you guys are doing is just putting money down so you can be able to get a copy of the book and the merchandise that you'll be able to get with it if you want to add it to your purchase. So that's what we're doing with the pre-order campaign for January of 2005. So to show you guys that I'm not playing around, as I said before, here's the book. The book is done. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to this. Like, it's done. It's done. So as far as having to wait a year or two for the book, you don't have to worry about that because the book is already done. When it comes to all my comic book campaign, I said comic book campaigns, I would never ask you to give me money to get the book made. Never have to worry about that. The whole goal of the first campaign is when you put the pre-orders down and everything, the money that's left over, the profits that's left over from the campaign will be able to fund the next book. Because right now, I'm paying out of pocket right now. I invested up almost $50,000 of my own money within the past 4 years. And when I say 4 years, I ain't talking about just the book. I'm talking about everything. The posters, the arcade stick, the character designs, the universe Bible, everything behind the scenes. I spent over around near $50,000 of my own money. I'm really serious about this. So yes, the whole goal, the first campaign, depending on the success of the campaign, Venus Orion Comics will be able to sustain itself. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is the money that Venus Orion Comics make, it will be able to fund the comic book itself to get developed without me having to go into my own pocket to get the book done. So, like I said, the first campaign determines the momentum of Venus Orion Comics, because the more money that this campaign makes, the more projects and books I can get done at the same time, which makes the releases of the book much faster. So you don't have to wait for each release. And I will always say this: I would not announce a release date for a book until the book is done and in my hand. Once you get a release date, or once I announce a release date for the book, or once I announce a release for the campaign, once I announce the campaign date, that means the book is done. It's been in my hand. So don't ever so if you ask me, hey Mugen Lord, when is the next book? If I don't tell you a date or I don't tell you when the next campaign, that means the book is not in my hand. It's not done. It's in development. So you have to keep that in mind. So now it has 4 variant covers, which I will show you the variant covers. So this is for everybody who didn't see all this. Here's cover B. Now I told you, the base cover is $15. The base cover is $15. Cover B goes up by $5, so $20. Cover C, $25, and then cover D, $30. But this is cover B. So you see it right here, front and back. My artist Jessica, that woman, she's incredible. That woman did a good job. Like I said, my artist, she's Chinese. She's from the Philippines. So our time zones are crazy. We're like 13 hours apart. But we made it work. We were able to talk on Discord together. When it's nighttime here, it's morning time there. So me and her are able to talk, conversate with each other, get things done. And she's the only person that I allow to wake me up in the middle of the night, because me and her are working on this stuff together. So she's the only one that can go on Discord and contact me 3 and 4 in the morning, and I will wake the fuck up for her or whatever. So yes. And then the other cover C, which everybody just loves. Everybody loves cover C. We'll get 1 second. I'll put it in the chat in a second. So I can go through all this with you guys. Hold up. All right, so yeah, it said so. Alpha Proto said that's smart. Kickstarter is a good place for people to discover your comics through site recommendations. Yeah, so yes, definitely I'm using Kickstarter. That's where the pre-order campaign will take place. Let's see. And Ruined by the Internet said I'm probably gonna go with the third cover. And Landon said you're going to do Kickstarter, right? Yep, it's gonna be it's gonna be a Kickstarter campaign. So yes, here's cover. This is where everybody loved this cover too. Cover C. I think this is Jessica's favorite cover, but I think she loves cover D more. I think it's cover D first, and then it's cover C. But a lot of you guys love cover C with the monochrome cover. She was really excited about this. I had that much faith in her because I had ideas. But like I said, me and her relationship, when we talk to each other and stuff, like I allow her, like I'm not some tyrant that say no, this is what I want, this is how I want it, this is that. No, I allow her to express herself, allow her to even throw me some suggestions. But when it came to this cover, I left it all to her, and she said she had some ideas that she wanted to try, and a lot of you guys responded to this one really, really well. But yes, this is cover C, and like I said, what gets me. When I started looking at it, I was like, wait a minute, she drew the back of Hezekiah Draven as well. When I talk about attention to detail, she drew the back in the back cover of it. So yeah, this is cover C. And as I said before, this is 25. Okay, and then the last one is cover D. Yeah, so cover C is like all you guys are going ballistic and going berserk for this. Cover C. All right, then cover D. Cover D. This is cover D. And when you open it up, it makes a full picture. And as I said before, my cover Ds would tell a story, or it would foreshadow certain events, or would foreshadow future events that may not even be in this issue. But yes, I left a clue. There's only one clue in here. It's simple because it's only one chapter. There's not really much you guys can really dig up because it's the first chapter. But I left a simple clue. It's foreshadowing something in this book. But yes, this is the theme for all cover Ds. This is the theme. We're going for like this manga like type approach, and it's going to be different colors. Arc 1 is going to be the blue color. But yes, I try to have cover D tell a story. It's like a pen spread. Reminds me of an album cover. So yes, so it gives you the summary in the back, and there's some clues that you can find when you get a chance. So those of you guys that get cover D, I can't wait to see what you discover in cover D. It's a simple clue because it's the first book, so it's going to be very simple, very, very simple. It's very, very simple. But yes, this is what this is right here. This is cover D, $30. And the thing about the covers that I also want to stress out, because I don't want people to get confused or anything about how we are approaching these covers and how we dealing with these covers. See, after the campaign, right? After the campaign, the base cover will be available after everybody got their, after I fulfill and do the shipments and fulfill everybody's orders. Once everybody get their book, or a good portion of everybody get their books, the base cover will be available on my online store when my website launches. So you'll be able to buy only the base cover. Why I say only the base cover? Because only these variant covers will only be Kickstarter exclusive. You only get this through the pre-order campaign. You won't be able to get any. You would not be able to get any of these covers after the campaign is done. You will never be able to see these again. So if you really want these covers, you have to put money down during the pre-order campaign. That's the only way you'll be able to get these. You will never be able to get these after the campaign is done. That is it. You won't be able to get these. So like I said, cover D is going to definitely be more like a collector's, because every cover D will be like this in this type of format or this type of theme. So if cover D is something that you like, definitely don't miss out on cover Ds on the future campaigns in VK. So definitely don't miss out on that. So yes, once the campaign is done, you will never see these again. You will only be able to get this cover. Only be able to get this. So keep that in mind. Yes, I will be doing digital. Digital will be $5. $5 digital. And those of you who get the physical version, you get the digital for free. So the week before fulfillment start, digitals will go out. Everybody will get their digitals. Everybody who got digital will get their digitals the week before fulfillment of the physical goes out. So the week before physicals go out, digitals will go out first. The week before fulfillment begins. So those you get digital will be able to get it right away. So just to keep that in mind. So yes, all right. We almost done. This is the last part. I want to get into the last part because I wanted to show that part and the reason why I wanted to bring this up. Let me see. So it says so when you flip it, you'll see her from behind. Cool 360. Let's see. Reminds me of an album cover. Cover D reminds me of Cowboy Bebop cover. And then Alpha Proto says, cool fold out cover. I like how it forms the building when you open the book. Yes, that's definitely what we want to go for when it comes to this. I still haven't seen Blue Exorcist, but a lot of you guys said it reminds you of Blue Exorcist. Have you thought about a subscription hosted on your site of digital? Yes, once I get enough digitals, like this, the website, when I do drop the website will always update as we start getting more and more comics. I will eventually have a subscription for digital eventually. Once we start having a catalog of releases and stuff like that. That will happen over time. Hopefully I can do a review when it comes out. I appreciate it. Anybody that want to do reviews, I definitely appreciate that. That also helps as well. Also too, like, I'm open for criticism. If it's shit, say it's shit. Like, do not be afraid to say it's shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm a first-time writer. This is my first time writing a comic book and just writing and publishing a story. This is my first time. So, Venus Orion Comics is also a learning experience. So, hopefully you guys stick around to see how I evolve as a writer as I go along. And also, I will be doing a spoiler cast, like where we talk about the chapter. First, we'll talk about the chapter, non-spoiler, and then we'll do a spoiler one where we start talking about the nitty-gritty details of a book that I put out and everything. But yes, like, do not hold back if you guys decide to do a review. I'm not a person who has like this big ego that can't take criticism. Like, the criticism is the only way to make me a better writer. That's the only way. You know what I'm saying? So do not hold back. Just because you guys like me as a content creator and I make your favorite content and stuff, do not hold back, because that would do more damage to me than actually help me. You get what I'm saying? Do you have people reading your book and editing beforehand? Yeah, yes. Let me bring it up. That is yes. I like that. Yes. Here's the funny thing. I have a couple. When you're a story writer and you coming up with like a book and stuff, you don't want to have a bunch of people reading your shit. You also have to watch out for people stealing your shit. You have to find people that you can trust. But you want enough people to be able to read it and then be able to ask you questions. And the good thing about it is, this is the reason why I love my artists, because my artists, I share a lot of my script, and I share my story. I share screen with her on Discord, and we go through it together. And when she reads it, I love the fact is that when she reads it, she asks me questions. And the good thing about when she asks me questions that I'm like, damn, I didn't think about that. Because these are the type of questions that maybe the reader is going to end up asking after they read it. So it's better for her to read it, and I have like 2 other people reading my stuff too, and also doing some editing and everything like that. As far as like the dialogue, and this, and for grammatical errors and stuff like that. But yes, when the readers ask questions or whatever like that about certain things, why this or how that, then you definitely have to go back and revise or think about certain things. Because there's some things that you never, as a writer, there's some things you may have overlooked or never thought about that a person that's reading your script brings to your attention. So she actually helped me flesh out a lot of things that I never thought about or never took under consideration or whatever like that. So that was the good part about, that's why I love me and her relationship that we have. And that's why it's so hard. Like, I don't know what my relationship is going to be with other artists. Hopefully my relationship with her is going to be the same way with other artists. But me and her got really close, and me and her are able to like really go through a lot of this stuff together. And she brings up a lot of points, and I'm like, oh man, like I really appreciate that. So thanks. So yeah, that's a good question. All right, so we're gonna get to the last part before we close out this stream. We're gonna get into the last part that I really want to sometimes everything is obvious to the person writing that they forgot to point it out. Exactly. So you have to, and the thing is, what my artist loves about me too is that I'm not this person where I have this ego. Like she's able to bring suggestions to me, and I take those suggestions under consideration. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna get to the final part that I wanted to talk about. All right, so when it comes to VK, when it comes to this book, VK is the main series, especially within Phase 1. This is a series that you don't have to follow this series, because like I said, Phase 1 is the jumping point. And you can jump into any of the phases within Phase 1, and you don't, and I have to preach this before we get into this part. Let me bring this up first, and then we'll talk about. So yes, Phase 1. This is the series that's going to be in Phase 1. VK, Ultra Squad X, Dystar Champion Siona, Neo Suit Johnny, Viper and Cobra, the Great Samaritan, the 8th Omni District, which is Omni Protocol, and Adrenaline. So what happens is, all these series, you can jump in at any series, because even though it's a shared universe, these stories are self-contained. So you don't have to. You won't have this point to where like, oh man, do I have to grab this book to understand this book? No, you can start at any book and read. So you don't need knowledge of VK to understand Ultra Squad X. But there will be, if you're paying attention while reading the books, there will be not even just Easter eggs, but there will be certain things that's going to be brought up, like in the background, or some world building things that's going to let you know where these stories fit within these other series of Phase 1. Give you a perfect example without spoiling anything. In Chapter 2, you're going to get an idea of where Ultra Squad X story is taking place when you get into Chapter 2 of VK. They're not connected to each other, but you'll know actually you'll actually get a actual hint of what the story of Alter Squad is going to be for chapter 1 of Alter Squad X through chapter 2. You'll get an early look at the potential of what chapter 1 is going to be about through chapter 2 of VK. Just to remind you, after VK chapter 1, VK chapter 2 comes out next, and then Alter Squad X chapter 1, and then we get Siona chapter 1, and then we'll get VK chapter 3, so forth and so on. But like I said, depending on how much success the first the first campaign makes, then I can be able to have a bunch of chapters made at the same time. Right now, I can only do one book at a time. I can't have a bunch of them done at the same time, because that shit costs money. So depending on how much the first campaign makes, that will determine how many chapters or how many chapters of these books I can get done at one time. So then I can be able to just drop them. I can be able to just release these campaigns. I'm gonna be able to release them, but that's determined on how well the first campaign does. Just to give you an incentive. If you want to see these stories as soon as possible, it determines on how much you guys come out and show support. That's the incentive. So yes, you can jump in at any one of these stories in phase 1, and you don't need to know any of these stories to be able to understand the other stories. But I do drop some things in each of these stories to let you know where the other stories are taking place and what's happening through in the background and through the world building aspects. So you'll be able to know where these stories land. Will these characters eventually cross over? Yes. Eventually they will cross over. Some characters are more likely to cross over to other characters because of the tone of these books, certain tones of each books. You'll see some characters most likely going to be able to cross over sooner than some other characters. So yes, there will be crossovers. All right, so let me get back to what I was wanted to show you guys. So VK is very important, is because there's a lot of important lore of the overall essence of the universe itself within VK. I can't wait to like there's a lot of inspirations that really inspired me with VK and Venus Orion Comics in general. So what do you see here? This is the Shadow World Anthology. What is the Shadow World Anthology? What's up, Aegis? When the title would be a breakout book. Yeah, this is the Shadow World Anthology. What is the Shadow World Anthology? Now, as I said before, certain books and certain series are interconnected with each other. That are totally related to each other. One can't survive without the other with certain series. So this VK is the main series within the Shadow World Anthology, because all the other series pretty much spin off from VK. So what am I talking about? The Crimson Hood spins off from VK. The Church of Elohim series spins off from VK. Blazing Howl spins off from VK. So none of these series won't come out until VK approaches those points. So yes, it's called VK, Varian Killers, Vampire Killers. Yes, vampires is the theme of this book, but in VK, the Draven brothers and Varian aren't just fighting vampires. They're going to be fighting werewolves. They're going to be fighting demons. They're going to be fighting succubus. They're going to be fighting doppelgangers. They're going to be fighting zombies. All kinds of stuff. Freak of natures. They're going to be fighting all kinds of supernatural stuff. But vampires is the central theme to this series. So when we get to the vampire, when we get to the werewolf arc, this is when the spinoff comes in with the Crimson Hood. When we get to the werewolf arc, this is when the Crimson Hoods comes into play, and that's when the Crimson Hood books will come out. Now, this is just early development, because right now I'm considering these limited series, which means that Crimson Hood may have 10 or 20 chapters. Not sure yet. This is just the beginning. It depends on the success of the Venus Orion Comics universe. And then Church of Elohim. When we get to the part where we start getting to demons and stuff, Sister Adeline is going to make an appearance, and after she makes her appearance, that's when we'll get into the Church of Elohim spin-off book. And then Dango from the Blazing Howl. When we get to the werewolves, like I said before, you're going to have Crimson Hood, and you're going to have Blazing Howl. So this all interconnects with VK. So what happens is VK brings up the concepts that I've been talking about with the werewolves and the Crimson Hood mechanics. The Church of Elohim with the sister and brotherhood and the Crusader mechanics. And then, of course, the different classes of werewolves in the Blazing Howl. All that will be introduced in VK, but the spin-offs will do a deeper dive into those mechanics and the story and the lore of the Crimson Hood and the lore of the Church of Elohim with the nuns and the brotherhoods. And also the Blazing Howl will go into a deeper lore. It's going to go into deeper backstory about the werewolves themselves and their hierarchy. But it all stems from VK, and it all goes back to VK. So if you want to get an understanding, you would have to get into VK. And if you're trying to get into any of these books, you would have to get into VK first to get the foundation first, and then dive into that. Yes. So yes, VK is essential in order for you to be able to get into the nooks and crannies of these 3 series. And just in case you don't know the characters that I'm talking about in the representation, we talked about before, Myra Adamson. She's part of the Adamson family. The Adamson family is one of the great one of the great night hunter families. Like I said before, there's a lot of different vampire hunters and night hunters. We call them night hunters instead of vampire hunters. The reason why we call them night hunters is because they hunt down any creature of the night or any creature within the shadow world itself. So they don't just hunt down vampires or werewolves. They hunt down a variety of things within the shadow world. So there's 7 great night hunter families. The Adamson family is one of them, which you have Myra Addison. Now, you see the hood that she has? It's called a citrine hood that she has on. Now, I have a hood mechanic. The hood mechanic is essentially the Addison family. They hunt down werewolves. They're known. That's their specialty. They hunt down vampires and stuff too, but their specialty is werewolves. Now, the thing is, this hood that she wears is the hood mechanic. The hood is made of a special material that when they slay a particular werewolf of a certain rank or a certain level, they douse the hood in the blood of that werewolf, and that hood turns into the color of that blood of the werewolf that they're slain. Now, each color represents a rank. The citrine hood it's not a beginner, but it's still one of the beginner branches of the hood ranking system. Now, the Crimson Hood, which is the final hood that you can get, and it's the hardest hood to achieve, and only very few people achieve that hood. Which her 2 sisters, she has 2 older sisters that I can't wait for you guys to be able to meet, which is Evelyn Adamson and Layla Adamson. Layla is the oldest sister, and these sisters are powerful as fuck, but they sit amongst the council of the Crimson Hood. They sit amongst the other members who have Crimson Hoods. How do you get a Crimson Hood? You have to slay a berserker wolf. These berserker werewolves are powerful, extremely powerful, and a lot of werewolf hunters have been killed by these berserker wolves, and they're very rare too. And we're going to break down in this story how a berserker wolf works and what's the mechanics behind them. But she's working her hardest because she wants to prove that to her big sisters, that she has what it takes to be able to sit amongst them, amongst the council of the Crimson Hoods. Yep. So that, and then of course that's the Crimson Hood, and then of course System Adeline of the Church of Elohim. And as I said before, the Church of Elohim is very, very essential to the lore in the universe itself. The church is very important to my universe. I can't stress this enough. And you will see the Church of Elohim pop up in many different series, but they play a very prominent role in VK itself. And in this system, the Crusader system, you have a male and female division. And Sister Adelim, within the Crusader system, in the female side, you have different ranks. First, you have the Crusade. You have the Crusader first, which is the first rank. Then from the Crusader, you have the Sister rank, and then from Sister, you have the Mother rank, and then from the Mother rank, you have the High Mother rank, and then from the High Mother rank, you have the the Holy Priestess rank. So this is Sister Adeline. She's a sister rank, but she's a unique sister because at a very young age, she's a gifted, and we're going to get into that much later when we get to the wave paradigm. When we get to the wave paradigm and how humans are classified by their conscious level with their wave essence and stuff, she's considered a gifted, and she's very gifted is because she's able to perform spirita arts, which is a powerful art that utilizes one's wave essence, and she's able to utilize it at a very young age. And now look at her now; she's a sister, and she's a powerful amongst most sisters within this rank and everything. And she also has like a spirit cannon, rifle as well. And I can't wait. And in the Crimson, and also in the Church of Elohim, the Crusaders, especially the nuns, there's different classes and different types of nuns, and they also wear different colors too, outfits. And in this series, they use spiritual hand signs to perform special arts and powerful arts as well. And I can't wait to get into those mechanics when that series drops as well. And then the final character, before we start wrapping this up, we're about to wrap it up now. In the after this one, and of course, we have Dangle Lyoth, which is the Blazing Wolf, and I can't wait till we get into the whole hierarchy within the werewolves. Now, what you see here, he is known as a lesser wolf. You have two different species of wolves. You have the werewolves, which are full-blooded. Full-blooded werewolves, they look human. When there's a full moon, they get even more powerful, and they can turn and look more wolf-like. Now, lesser wolves, they're a cross between human and wolf, which means they look human, but they have a tail, and they have the fangs and the pointy teeth and stuff, and they can't transform into a overgrown full wolf and whatever like that. But he's the Blazing Wolf. He's a special lesser wolf because they don't understand why him in particular can make a full-on transformation. So there's something about his character, and I can't wait till we get to a deeper dive about Dango himself. So yes, all this is going to spin off from VK itself. Exactly. Play Miramasa Rebirth. I never got a chance to get around to that. Definitely look at that. Okay. I'll post. Matter of fact, let me put the Discord. I'll put the Discord in the. I'm gonna put the Discord chat in the invite. So if any of you guys are interested in joining the Discord, let me put that. I'm gonna put the invite right now for you guys. So give me a second, guys. Oops. Give me a second. So I can help you guys out here. Let me restream. All right. 1 second. I'm gonna put it in the chat for you guys, so you guys can have it. All right. Here's the Discord. There you go. So you invited. All my links. As I said before, I have a link tree now, so I'm gonna put my link tree up so you guys can have all the links. I'm gonna grab my link tree right now. So hold up. All right. So how does? Oh, yeah, here we go. So take this, guys. This is the link tree. So it has everything Venus Orion Comics related. Everything Venus Orion Comics related in this link tree right there. So make sure you grab that in the chat and everything. I want to make sure you guys have all those things that's essential for you guys to be able to stay informed with everything. Also, I wanted to let me bring that up too, so you guys can see what all this stuff look like. For those of you guys who are interested, so you guys can see everything. So, as a reminder, like I said, Striking Kots. Remember, both my brothers' t-shirt business and their company. We make custom designs. As I said before, we do. Oh, one second, guys. Hello? Hello? Woman. I'm about to close. Oh my God. This. So yeah, guys. Yes. Oh, yeah. This. Oh my God. Anyway, that was the baby mom. Yeah. So yeah. So everything here, shirts, hats, mugs, everything, you can get here. So yes, make sure you check out Striking Kots and everything. And 200 people. Cause remember, I'm on Restream. Restream, I got 200 people watching right now. This is the biggest, one of the biggest I've ever gotten as far as like everybody watching at one time. But yes, let's see. And then Venus Orion Comics Twitter X page. Oops. Oh damn, I forgot. Yes, Striking Kots. So make sure you check all that out and everything on the website. Remember, don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter to be able to get all the perks that I mentioned before earlier in the stream. The Venus Orion Comics YouTube channel, definitely check it out. That's all in the link tree, so don't worry about it. It's all in the link tree. Of course, we have the Venus Orion Comics X page, Instagram. They get access to most of the pictures of the characters that I uploaded so far. You can go check that out as well. And then my Facebook group, just in case you guys want to join that page, the Venus Orion Comics page and everything. And as I said before, man, like Venus Orion Comics is all dependent on how much support that you guys come out and show. And it's also my job. I'm trying to get on more streams. I'm trying to collaborate and get to know more, also know more people within the space as well and everything. But yes, I really appreciated it, guys, that you guys came through and showed some support and everything. As I said before, you can check out the link tree, check out the invite for the Discord. You guys can join the Discord and everything. And yes, I hope you guys have a good night. And I'll be streaming again probably Monday, or I may stream again tomorrow. I may stream again tomorrow. Don't hold me to it. I'm not sure yet. I gotta see what tomorrow's like. But I may stream again tomorrow. But I'm definitely streaming again Monday. So stay tuned for that. So you guys have a good night. And I'll be seeing you Game Fiends later. Peace out.